Yo, 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 yo. What's going on, guys? Got some to eat before I stream today, unlike yesterday, so a little bit late. Thought it'd be a good idea. Yeah, I got like a headache from yesterday. There's so much yapping. Damn. The potential. He fell asleep twice.
Shit out of them.
What is this?
This is not buffing the shit out of them. This is... Bro, why are they keeping on doing this? I swear I can't do it anymore. Why are they always doing reveals? They say, oh, insane loot potential, and then they show this, and then in-game it's complete dog shit as well. Unscalable, horrible.
I think Sargi's happy.
Lying to us. We are not retarded, bro. This is the reason why I'm hyped. I'm not hyped anymore watching these. It's so fucking depressing. It happened so many times, bro.
Listen. He's just an angry German. Guten Tag. Yeah, whiffs are still XDD for sure. Wunderbar. Yeah, he's up. He is up past his bedtime. Sargi has to go to sleep. Have I missed anything? Oh, what was this? If Sushi won't review the PO2 release and refuses to watch it, I mean, it's his choice. You know what I saw? I thought it was a funny post. I'll watch the Jonathan thing soon as well. Diablo 4 subreddit. After seeing the last stream of PO2, I'm so glad Diablo 4 is not like that. I mean, seeing all these crazy vast systems, me as a casual, not want to play that game at all. Bro. Yeah, he wants to do this one to Helltide forever, man. It's anything worse too complicated for a Diablo 4 player. A little bit too complicated, right? Link, just going to Diablo 4 subreddit. It's like the first post. What else? Where's this? Guys, evasion got buffed. You guys see the evasion buff? Find it real quick. There. Look. 15% increased move speed implicit. Yup. You guys see that yesterday? Another Ranger League. Yeah, I guess so. It's kind of nutty, dude. 15% MS. Just from the implicit alone. The tankiest for SSF hardcore. Oh, some ES stacker. This evasion I think is the same. I don't know. 107% increase. Corsair code. What is current Corsair code? Wait, isn't it lower? Wait, no, it is lower evasion. But who cares for the evasion? You have moon speed. I'm taking the moon speed over evasion. I don't care. I lost like 50 base. 15 base MS is insane. What this? What is this? No, I think Chris looks better bald, honestly. Big J can rock the bald look. Dude, who does Chris remind me of? He reminds me of like some like math teacher in like high school, you know? Leon Kennedy, gray hair. What? That's it. I think this looks gonna be pretty fun. What do you guys think? Now they have a night to think it over. You get a nice rest. What do you guys think so far? Let's Google Doc. Make a copy. Did they improve map quality? Who else is going top 100 hardcore martial artists? Let's watch the interview. I haven't seen that yet. Jonathan and Chris. I want to watch it. It came out. Dude, why did he release this yesterday? UE2 for now. This. Chris Wilson.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson. So this is the interview that people have been requesting for some time. Today, I'll be chatting with Jonathan Rogers. The context for viewers is Jonathan and I were two of the co-founders of Grinding Gear Games and ran the company together for 17 years or so. I left a few years ago and Jonathan's been running it since then. So
it's not 300 maps for full Atlas. Because you can just rush. You guys not watch the reveal? You can rush the middle and it auto completes all the maps and you get all the Atlas points.
for every new Path of Exile 2 release the company does, they run a press tour where journalists and influencers can interview the company about the new expansion. And now that I've got my YouTube channel, I kind of snuck onto the press tour and snagged an interview slot with Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, how are you going?
Hey, I'm going good.
Nice, good to talk to you. Yeah, so how's life at GGG? 050 is looking really cool. I'm very, very pleased to see it.
Well, it's certainly busy, I'll tell you that. Like, there's a lot going on. Like 050 is kind of this just like giant patch that
How's it going?
you know, is like a crazy bear to organize just because there's so many different
Guys,
paths.
it's like two best friends who reunited after years, all right?
So yeah, it's certainly probably one of the harder ones I've ever worked on, I'd say.
The scope looks crazy. Like when you were initially telling me about it, like obviously there's a ton of stuff in the end game, but you just kept going.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think one of the issues, one of the perils of being in early access is there's this kind of desire of like, okay, with every patch, we want to try and fix everything. Like we want to try and get the game into a state where it's more releasable. And so then we're like, okay, the end game is a problem. We need to address it. So we're like, okay, what are the things that would need to happen? What are all the things that would need to happen in order to make the end game good? And so suddenly then you're ending up with the scope that's just absolutely gigantic. And probably the smart thing to do would be to be, okay, we're just going to divide this up into like several pieces, and then we're going to go and we're going to try and do each one, and you know, one at a time. But the problem is, what was that, sir?
Oh, could you divide the end game stuff? Like it feels to me like you kind of do need to do that pretty cohesively.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like it does feel like you can't divide it, and that's because you're like, okay, if we're going to make the end game good, it means that every single, like, you know, all of the things in it need to be good and so on. But like the reality is that probably what would have been better is like, hey, just leave one of these leagues bad, and you know, just like concentrate on the others and everything like that. But I really didn't want to. So what we ended up doing was kind of like, okay, we're gonna.
Wait, didn't they kind of leave Temple bad though? Because Temple's just kind of whatever now. It's just it didn't like fix it. Temple like Temple's core gameplay is shit. Yeah, this is also bad. Turn up the volume.
Every single thing that's in the end game actually good. Like we're going to make sure that they all have the sort of depth of a full league system. You know, we're not going to leave it like how it was in 010 and that kind of thing. And that's just kind of led to the scope being huge. And we were planning even 040 to have a bunch of the in-game stuff, and then it ended up just getting pushed because it was just kind of too huge. So yeah, it's just a scope management issue, and it's been pretty difficult.
So with regard,
Wisp as well are shit. They didn't. I mean, as far as they see, they didn't touch Wisp at all, right? So.
To that delay there, how did the thought process work? Like obviously you'd worked out a scope of in-game stuff in your head you thought you could do for 040, and then the reality was you eventually had to decide to push it. But like what was it that made it too big to do in 040?
Well, once again, I think it was probably just the fact that we wanted to do it all at the same time. So we were like, okay, we need 4 new pinnacle bosses because we need to be, you know, we're upgrading 4 leagues. If we've got 4 new pinnacle bosses, we, you know, like here's all the stuff that needs to do. We need to make sure the league mechanics have like an extra thing going on with each of them, you know, like all that sort of stuff. And I think if we'd just done one of them in 040, that would have been absolutely fine, and we could have got extra, especially because like a bunch of work was done, right? Like there was a bunch of work done before 040 because we did think that the in-game stuff was going to go in, which then we kind of had to at the last minute be like, okay, we actually can't do this. It's just going to have to be the druid in the league effectively for 040. So yeah, that was kind of.
What's the chance we just go in and one-shot the pinnacles though? I hope that's not the case. I really want the patch to have good balance, man. PoE 2 has never had good balance yet. You know, I had a boba. 5 mil HP.
A bit annoying because it made 040 feel a lot smaller, and it's interesting because like 030 was obviously a huge, you know, like a huge release, and then 040 kind of felt like a bit of a letdown by comparison. It really is just because a bunch of work that was done didn't end up shipping in it. So 050 though, on the other hand, is going to feel like this absolutely gigantic release because a bunch of work that was done for 040 which didn't make it is now going to be in it, plus a bunch of extra stuff as well. So yeah, that's kind of just one of those things, I guess. But yeah, it's sort of surprising as well because
if Timmy can't do the pinnacle boss for 2 weeks, good. Maybe Timmy shouldn't be able to do the pinnacle boss. Maybe you should get good to do bosses in the game, you know?
Larger something is, it honestly, like the time taken to do it seems to go up by more than
like, what's the point of making pinnacle bosses if you're just going to make, oh, everyone can do it? That's not a boss. That's just free loot. Like, a boss has to be challenging,
right? Like if you do something twice as big, it takes more than twice as long to do it. So that's one of the tricky things we've certainly found.
It's not pinnacle.
I noticed. So this early access you're running for PoE 2 at the moment. It's not the first time GGG did early access. Like as you recall, we did it for 1.0 and 2.0 and 3.0 back, like the Awakening and Fall of Oriath and so on. But those were way shorter. Like it was basically like 1 league's worth. And obviously you guys will have run this for like a year or so. And in fact, is it a year or 2 years?
It'll be 2 years. You know, by the time we're done, I suspect.
Yep. So The question I have here.
Better be 1.0 November, all right? Jonathan, don't mess this up. Not wait another year to play this game.
This means that you're having to run early access, not just as a beta test, but kind of as a live service. Like you're having to, when you do an update, you can't say, "Hey guys, please test the campaign. There is no end game," because they want to play the end game. You want them to be playing it as a final product. It makes money and so on. So is it hard managing a live service when what you?
He already said it's this year, yeah, and last year he also said it was last year. You remember the original PO2? PO2 was supposed to come out last year.
Want is testing of specific features.
It honestly really is. And the funny thing about it is that we never intended, as I'm sure you specifically know, to have early access last this long. Like both of us were very optimistically thinking, oh yeah, it's going to be 6 months. But the reality was it was way, way longer than that.
Yeah, 6 months.
So,
okay.
Yeah, it was,
dude, what is Jonathan smoking? They released early access with 3 acts. And they're like, yeah, we'll have everything done. No, they released early access with 6 classes and 3 acts, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll have everything done in 6 months. We'll have 3 more acts and 6 new." Bro, Jonathan, what do you?
The funny thing is that I think that when you haven't made a game from scratch for a while, even if you're sitting there churning out league launches, it honestly took me by surprise how much work there is in it. Which I mean, we did it before. But yet it's like somehow you forget like how much there actually is there. And I mean, the first time we did it, we took like was it 6 years or something? And like before we actually released anything. And then it was quite a long while after that before we had more than a couple of acts. Like all the rest of it and everything. So like, that was actually kind of, PoE2 just ended up being a sort of similar prospect, but it doesn't seem like that because it's like, you kind of look at it and you're like, well, the team's so much larger. There's so much more going on. Like we've made all this, there's all this pre-production stuff. We've like made tons of monsters. We've made tons of unique art. We've made all this stuff. It's like, it feels like the putting it together part at the end should be somehow not as long as it is. And yet somehow it just ended up being way bigger. So I think that's been kind of the sort of pretty brutal wake up call. You think you know how to make a game and then you do it again and it's like, oh yeah, that's right. A decade later, it's actually really, really hard still.
I wonder if this is because some percentage of each release has to go into like league stuff and micros and other novel stuff for that release, and it gives you less than 100% of the time to like it slows down the development of act content and that kind of stuff.
Well, the early access stuff is very much like that, and that in particular
definitely
is part of the
mechanics.
reason why we're not doing a 060. So like 050 is going to be the last release, and the reality is that we're kind of like okay, getting Act 5 and 6 and all the stuff we've got in 1.0 out.
Not full screen? All right, whatever, dude. Here you go.
It can't be done in 4 months. We can do it in 8 months, but if we don't do it in 4 months, we have to do another league.
I don't like the face is too big.
And if we do another league, then that's even more content we have to make because it's a league now, right? And so that would actually push 1.0 out even further. And so you've got this thing where it's like every single launch is effectively stealing resources from finishing the game.
Yeah, you know what they need to do? They need to nerf group play.
So at some point we just had to sort of put our foot in the sand and say, no, we're actually going to get this damn game out now if it does mean going a little bit longer between 2 releases. So it'll be really good though, because once we get to 1.0, like not having to have this like extra giant thing going on in the backdrop of finishing the campaign and so on is just going to be so much easier. Like the idea of just being able to make a league rather than have to also like do like mega revamps of everything and like just crazy like new campaign acts and everything is going to be pretty good. I think it's going to like allow us to relax a little bit more compared to what we have been doing, because the rush to 1.0 has been pretty crazy.
One thing that you and I had done previously, like a long time ago, is we'd often be working on the next league, but have the beginnings of a larger league. Like I remember with Ascendancy, for example, when we started work on that. I mean, that's partly because we overscoped or underestimated it, but we essentially moved Ascendancy from its slot to the next slot and did another league instead. Obviously, you guys, like I know GGG won't have plans that far out for the future because you're focusing all on 1.0, but do you expect that you would intermingle larger releases and larger leagues?
Yeah. So, I mean, look, you need to have updates that like shake up the end game and do other stuff like that every now and then.
True.
Otherwise, things will get scale. So we'll absolutely be doing the whole like AB kind of like thing that we used to do. It's just at the moment, effectively, what you've got going on in the background is that the bee, as it were, is like the extra act that you're sitting there working on, because there's like a ton of work that's going on there in the background. Yeah, like we'll probably do that. I mean, look, I actually, it's funnily enough, right? Because sometimes the like latency times get so crazy that there are like things being made for 1.2 already in the pipeline. You know, like it's like we know there's certain bosses that we need and stuff like that, and we're like, okay, sometime around 1.2 we're probably going to need this, so let's get it started.
1.2 boss.
Now. So there's certainly some longer things like that.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's funny because we're like, okay, I mean, as I'm once again, I'm sure you'll probably remember, we're like, okay, the league that's after Christmas is never going to be the big one that has the thing, so therefore the 1.2 therefore has to be the one, and you know, like you pretty much that's how you sort of end up with that stuff.
It's amazing. Like this may just be like a conspiracy theory I had back when I was trying to work on league planning.
Guys, I can't wait for 1.2 now. Anyone else? I mean, the best PvT patch ever.
Stuff, but it always felt that the league around September was small because like my blame at the time was like, you know, northern hemisphere people going back to school or whatever, and there was always this dip. Like I remember Delve, one of our best leagues we ever made by far, just having such a big dip. It was like quiet and no one seemed to care at the time, and I thought, well, that's the September curse. And then you've got the January, February, March curse where you've made it over Christmas, as you say, and then you've also got like a new seasonal game coming out every week because there's going to be a Diablo 4 season and a Diablo 3 season and a Diablo 2 season and a Diablo 2 Resurrected season and World of Warcraft Classic and World of Warcraft season of whatever they've got going on and Last Epoch. And how do you like, and then there's the GTA 6 release, right? Which is just a crater where that happens. Like how do you time all of this stuff these days with so much going on?
Well, I have to say, we usually don't pay too much attention to the other RPG releases because we honestly couldn't. And honestly, the
base, dude. Yeah, you just don't care, dude. Pee-wee's unmatched. You just don't care. Like, whatever. Release the same time as us. See what happens.
Community would slay us if they thought that we were delaying things just because some other game had a thing coming out. That being said, like, GTA 6 is a bit of a problem. Like, if there's a release you're going to avoid, I would say that's the one.
I don't think GTA 6 is even an issue because it's console only. Like, bro, it's console only. I don't think GTA 6 is an issue at all. How many people do you think actually own a console? A lot of people don't. PoE2's majority PC? Yeah. PoE2 is vast majority PC. Everyone's going to play GTA 6 when it comes out? No. Guys, the vast majority of people don't own a console. Do you understand this? You guys are living in your own bubble. The vast majority of people do not own a console. It's console only, yeah. The GTA 6 is not on PC until after, I don't know, probably a year or some shit. On Steam? No, GTA 6 is releasing console only first. A lot of people don't own a console. That's why I don't think it's an issue.
But thankfully, since they're not on PC, then it's like not as big of a thing. But the thing is, they're going to buy out like literally all the media, like all the things will be that, like anything that it's possible to spend money on, I'm sure they'll be spending it on. So probably not a good idea, even just for that reason alone, to launch like on the same weekend as them, I would say.
Well, I mean, GGG always had the
David yeah. Avoid the same weekend, sure. But like besides that, it'd be different if GTA 6 was coming out on PC, but it's not. It's console only, which is fucking dumb.
Goliath thing going on, right? So why not take on Rockstar?
You're gonna buy console GTA 6 the entire month? I think you guys don't understand the average person. It's like, yeah, GTA 6 is gonna be big, but like the average person is not buying a console. You guys don't understand this? The average person is not going out and buying a console. Like, underestimated? No. You guys live in your own bubble. A lot of people are not buying a console. There's more console gamers than PC, and then maybe like the US. That's not true in China. I'll let you know that. There's more Chinese PoE players than Western, so. The average person already owns a console? No. Bro, you what? The average person does not own a console? What? I think you guys are literally living in your own bubble. You're thinking like, oh, yeah, like maybe like an average American maybe owns a console, but I'm talking about the whole wide world, like including Asia, as in China, where a lot of people don't own a console. Chat GPT. All right. Let's X Chat GPT. How many people in the world own a console for gaming? Let's see. It's Xbox and PS5 only, right? I'm pretty sure it's only Xbox and PS5 for GTA 5 or GTA 6. What is it releasing on? Yeah, PlayStation 5 and Xbox X. That's the only thing it's launching on. So it doesn't even count the Switch. Let's see. You guys are fucking delusional. Only 120 million. Yeah, you guys are fucking delusional. Holy. You think more than 120 million people don't own a PC? Bro, chat is completely living their own bubble. You guys are in your own world. This is how many people own a console that can play GTA on launch. Like, what? You guys are so delusional. Xbox game PCs? Okay, how do you even categorize that? How do you even categorize how many gaming PCs people own? Like, you can't even categorize that. Like, I don't know, I guess how many 30, 40, 50 series have sold in the past years? And then AMD as well? PC gamer numbers. Okay, how many? Bro, there's literally like I don't even, dude, you guys are actually, I don't even, how's this even an argument? Bro, there's probably like more PC gamers in China than this number right here. You guys are actually delusional. Oh, 1.8 to 1.9 billion people. Bro, you guys are literally living your own world. The majority of people don't give a fuck about console. Like, that's just how it is. Majority of people literally don't have a console. The average person does not own a console. I mean, it says it literally includes high-end game PCs, laptops, casuals, free-to-play MMOs, esports, and people to use platforms like Steam, Epic Stores, and Riot. You can't really categorize a PC, I don't know, like dedicated high-end PC, whatever. Yeah, I don't know how people think consoles majority. It is definitely not the majority. Why is there so many rage baiters? I honestly, how do you guys actually think console's bigger than PC? Like, I think that's like an American take, and I'm American myself. Because consoles are really only popular in America. And that's it. They literally, no one cares for consoles outside of America. I'll be honest. I guess someone in Japan with a Switch, but that's Switch, and you can't run GTA 6 on Switch, so irrelevant.
Goliath I don't want to take on, quite frankly. Like that's the that one's kind of big. But yeah, I mean, just generally speaking,
I literally don't think GTA 6 matters whatsoever because it's console only. If GTA 6 was PC, it'd be a whole different story, but it's not.
Because of other ARPGs and stuff. I mean, look, I wouldn't launch on someone else's release day intentionally, but if there's other constraints around, I'm certainly not going to shy away from it just because, you know, like we've got our own thing going, we've got our own audience, like we can deal with it. It's just been a bit unfortunate recently how
you can't talk about GTA and talk about world numbers. Why not? PoE is a world game. Like, what does that even mean? You underestimate how many people can't afford a game PCs? We literally just asked ChatGPT. How do you even like define what a game PC is? I think you guys just want to like look for a number that makes you correct, but you're wrong. The average person does not give a fuck about consoles.
Like seemingly randomly, so I don't know if someone else is doing that intentionally or not, but, yeah.
So there are kind of two strategies for scoping release dates and content, right? One of them is we fix a date and then release with the content that's available, which isn't easy if the content has to be a certain size, like a league, for example. You don't want to release with a half-finished league and say that's what we have. And then of course the other approach is,
I mean, you can look at Steam numbers or whatever. Let me But even then, right? Like the thing is, the 120 million consoles is not even like real because how many of those 120 million people actually even use it? Like how many people here own a console and you haven't touched it in like 6 months or a year, right? It's like, I bet a fucking lot. Let's see how many active Steam users. And what's the other big platforms? How many active Steam users? Epic Game Store. Maybe even Blizzard. And Blizzard users are there. Okay, so Steam alone is already more than console because this is active users. So Steam alone is already more than console. This is active. This is active users, not just people who own Steam. So entirely different. And then 74 million on Epic Game Store, which is like what, Fortnite, and then obviously Blizzard, which is pretty big. I don't know. I think you guys are just rage baited. Console is not bigger than PC. Only like in America it is. That's it. Every other country, PC is bigger than a console.
You know, take your time to get it right and release it without a degree of predictability. Once the dust has settled on 1.0 and you're going forward with a plan and resources and so on, which do you expect you'll be doing? Like, how are you going to have a rigid schedule? Or
well, it's definitely fix the date and have the content move, but there's always has to be a little bit of you know, like sometimes you've like you can't.
For consoles bigger, yeah, because America. Yeah.
Necessarily change the scope easily as you get towards the actual release date because there's like you what you'd have to cut will either be so large that it completely undercuts the release, or there's just like no like place you can sort of pick at it to easily pull it apart. So sometimes you do end up with sort of like 1 week delays around that sort of stuff. And this last one we did, so I mean, like that was even our intention, like during PoE2's early access, and like we've actually improved that a lot recently with like
they delayed release because of D4. You're stupid if you think they delayed the release because of D4. They literally just said they don't give a fuck about other ARPGs. That's not the reason why they delayed. They don't give a fuck about D4. D4 is not even a competition to PoE2. They did? Nope. Jonathan literally just said they don't care for other ARPG releases. You guys are making up your own arguments in your own mind. Like they don't care for D4 release. Dude, chat is stupid today. I don't understand.
Successfully back on that train again, and PoE2 sort of most.
I'm just banning these rage baiters, dude. This is too much.
is. What's been tricky though is just that with an example of the whole thing of having one thing that's too big in scope and therefore you can't sort of do anything.
I don't know how we even come to argument that somehow console's bigger than PC. This is so stupid.
Play is all this endgame stuff where it's like, because we want to do it in one big package, it's then becomes something where it's like, you don't want to cut one league because then it sort of undercuts the whole message. So like that's the kind of stuff that's been really difficult in that. But we certainly strive for just like cut stuff until the deadline works, because people
now
really
mobile gaming's bigger than everything, but GTA is not going to mobile, so
regular updates, and you don't want to disappear into a hole and just work on something forever either. Like I think I said it earlier, but like it really is the case that the bigger the thing you're working on is, the more work it takes to make it at all. So I think that like having shorter release cycles and like releasing more often honestly produces more work rather than less. Like you really want to be just producing
Immortal
things on
they were supposed to have a PoE mobile game, and they haven't talked about it in like 5 years, so I don't think it's happening.
As fast a cadence as possible.
Well, mobile is not even just like India and plus China, even America. Like there's so many casual mobile gamers. Like, who do you think are clicking on those like shit games that are like top of the app store? Like those are all the casual gamers. Like it's Candy Crush, yeah.
That produces more aggregate entertainment hours as well. I suspect more releases means more people coming back for more releases. And so
I guess so, but I wouldn't really think about it that way. Like it really is, I think, in terms of just being able to make content at a reasonable speed. Like it's sort of an interesting phenomenon where that I noticed of the team as well, is like, so we had developers who were working on things to the they were working on PoE 2 for a long time before it was released, and then we had developers who were working on like leagues for PoE 1, and the people who'd been working on PoE 2 for a really long time, like they've gotten out of the habit of like actually like finishing things and getting.
Bro, I said stop rage baiting. We literally just checked. Console is only like, bro, shut up.
It kind of wasn't in a release. And it actually took a little bit of effort to sort of get people back on the train again of like, oh yeah, that's right, we have to actually ship things quickly. Like it actually is quite difficult. And I honestly feel like a lot of the reason why a lot of larger...
There's literally more active Steam users than fucking people who own consoles. Not even like, how many active console users are there? How many active Xbox X and PS5 users are there? Active, not people who own it. That's kind of PS4. Yeah, it's not giving me a good overview. Can't count PS4 because PS4 on there. Whatever.
Games fail is just because they're not shipping fast enough. Like you can probably make a game better in less time, I actually believe, compared to what you get in a long time. Like there's something really focusing of just like having a deadline that's relatively close by.
So one of the issues that I felt when working on these leagues, like this happened like 35 times and you were sitting right there alongside me every time, was just that things ended up coming in hot every time, right? Like we're still working on stuff. Like there's the story about how I remember
the 1050 Ti using CMOS considered active users. Yeah. Can you not play games with 1050 Ti? I mean, you can't play the newest games, but like I don't know. Like what? You say you need a 4090 to be a gamer? And what's that? What we can check this. What's the average GPU on Steam? Isn't that like a public number? The most popular desktop graphics card is a RTX 3060. Okay, it's only 8 server users. Okay. I mean, so the average is like 3060. That's pretty decent. Wait, is this here? How many people actually own like a really shit graphics card? Low end. So potato, you don't count potato, right? So yeah, potato's only like 3%. Because this doesn't count. And then like low end is like 25%. And then past that, it's all like good, like I would say decent to good PCs. Like the average Steam user does own a good PC, according to this, like good enough to run like modern games. So there's not any AMD on this. I mean, I just checked a random chart. So I mean, yeah, even if you don't want to count the like whatever potato shit, it's like the average Steam user still can run the newest games according to this chart.
They're vividly sitting next to you at midnight on Synthesis release
UE2 is mostly CPU, but you still need a graphics card.
day and saying, "Hey, Jonathan, we still have to like check that you're happy with how the tile generation works for Synthesis." And you say, "Oh yeah, we should do that."
I remember now. Yeah.
And you rewrote it with 3 hours to go to release, basically. And
yeah. That was a good one. It was much better afterwards. I was pretty happy with that rewrite.
My responsibility there was making sure we picked the safe option, and the safe option was you like, you know, rewriting it in 45
well, the thing is that
really
the much worse one that you probably wouldn't appreciate was we rewrote quite a significant portion of the database backend literally the night before shipping 010 for PoE2. Like, it was the thing is like we realized something about the load testing. We were like, oh, we never tested this thing, and then we changed something about the load testing, and the whole thing just falls over. And we're like, crap, this is like a very big problem. We'll call this stuff tomorrow. And then we came up with some pretty ridiculous ideas on how to improve that. And like someone on our team literally rewrote all the saving. Like they added compression to character saves as like a last ditch thing. Like, bear in mind, we're like hours before release, and it's like, okay, look, how about we try this?
Wait, hours before release, they had a loaded issue, but they fixed it in time. That could have been a disaster.
This is like a
that's every company.
Yes, I'm certainly no stranger to that kind of thing happening from time to time.
Yeah, compression on saves is a good idea because that can take place on the instance, right?
Yep,
and there's a lot of stuff in there, like, you know, the waypoint list and so on.
Yeah, guys, there's a difference between a day one patch and hours before release. Your game doesn't work. They're very different. Like what he's describing is the game would literally not be functional if they didn't fix this.
Way smaller.
That's
the particular reason for needing that, by the way, is because once the size of a character gets above a certain size, it becomes larger than what's called a database page.
You'd be surprised. Oh, so you know every single game launch, you know every single dev, and you talk to all of them, you know how often this happens? Shut the fuck up.
It's larger than that, the performance gets really bad. So the PoE2 characters, as it turned out, were just larger than the PoE1 ones, and that's part of the reason why it wasn't the performance was just way worse.
So rather than me asking what compression you're getting, the important number here is what percentage of characters didn't fit in a page, and now what percentage do?
Before the test we were doing. In fact, I remember what the test was now. So the thing we did in the test is all the characters that we had were not in late in the game. They were all like. They had a lot of items and stuff like that in the load test we were doing, but they weren't like late in the game where they have way more quest flags. And so the quest flags sent them over the edge. So anyone who gets like past Act 3 or 4 or something was getting above the limit of what could fit in the database page.
Yeah. I can imagine the quest flags, they compress really well, I imagine.
Yeah, they do, exactly.
All zeros or all ones, right?
Yeah, we just added like a really I can't remember what compression it was, but like, you know, it probably half the size of a character, but more importantly, it's below the threshold and now the performance is good again. So
yeah, you know, that's cool. That's cool. So where I was going with me commenting that when I was there, we never had any time to really test stuff is how has that been? Is it still down to the wire with releases? Because I imagine it's hectic. Or have you managed to like has the console simultaneous deployment meant that you've got some breathing room for testing and stuff?
I would say it's getting better, but then on the other hand, it also isn't. Like it always feels hectic. And ultimately the reason for that is because if there's more time, people want to do more, right? Like people are always going to be like, okay, like I can squeeze in a couple more uniques, I can squeeze in this or that, right? So you end up with a situation where people the work always expands to fill the space that there is.
Yeah.
So
I felt that
it's
my
very
role
hard
there
to
was
actually.
I felt my role there was saying no to people in the last 2 weeks, and
Yeah, for sure.
hopefully you're keeping the no's coming.
Well, we try, but then on the other hand, maybe I'm not as good at it as you were.
Well, here's the key thing, being completely honest. When I was fully in charge of scope of something, it would end up smaller, like Sentinel. There was less in there. When you and Mark were involved, there were more yeses and more cool stuff was delivered. Obviously, I was petrified about the risk associated with there's so much extra stuff to test in the last minute, and maybe that led to more problems or something. But the releases where you guys got to decide scope had so much more interesting stuff coming, because that extra 10% on top is where the special stuff is in PoE. And I never had the guts to do it myself.
Well, the tricky thing is that probably the coolest stuff is the stuff that comes in the latest, because you get to build on top of the things that you already built. You've got the actual systems working, and it's like, now let's think of some cool stuff. And one thing I would say about 050 is there's just a lot of the weird cool things. You're like, okay, here's an ascendancy class, but look, there's a hidden node, and if you do this quest line, then you commune with the dreamer, and then it unlocks this modifies the class slightly, so it's got this extra node in it.
Secret
There's, there's just lots of things like that.
Yeah.
There's hidden.
Who do you think is going to have the secret ascendancy? Probably Monk, right? The Monk would make the most sense. But it's the breach area. Arcane Archer. I'm gonna post a reaction on YouTube. Arcane Ranger might still be in the patch. I mean, they could do it like how they did before. I kind of doubt it though. Ass 11. Yeah, I'm glad there's no swords. Imagine wanting swords. Wait another 6 months, bud.
It's like, here's this hidden passage in this one particular map, and if you walk past it with a specific item, then the rune will glow, and then if you walk up to it, the door opens, and then inside there's a crafting bench, and then on that thing you can take these things, and there's just the stuff like that, just lots and lots of these little things.
That's cool.
It's been kind of pretty fun having a lot of stuff like that. And honestly, I bet you that there's ones I don't even know about, because Mark will have.
You see the new skill has a +2 second to attack time. That was pretty sick.
Deceit feature.
Hey Fub. Guys, I'm running out of emote slots. How do I get verified? Yes, guys. I'll add it, but I almost out of emote slots, man. We have 8 more emote slots.
Fuck
you.
Just sneak in like that.
I got more slots than you. No, I mean, I just get verified in 7TV. If you get verified in 7TV, you get 1,000 emote slots. But I don't know how you get verified. I tried to check and I couldn't really find a way.
Know about, but she does on purpose, by the way. So don't jump
on
about this random thing. But it's fine. So there's just lots of little cool things.
I strongly recommend not announcing or showing those. Of course, the temptation is it's more stuff to put on the live stream. But of course,
we'll show a couple of them, and I'll hint towards a couple of others. But there'll be more
for 22 days. Listen, you can't make me pause. I'm not stalling for 22 days, all right?
There's quite a few.
So on the topic of the 10%, extra stuff that can go on top, one thing you and I tried a long time ago was to release a follow-up patch after a league launch, usually after a bad league launch, with extra stuff. And what we found at the time, at least my recollection of this, is that the players playing appreciated more content. Their Reddit comments would be a bit less angry because we've changed some stuff and fixed it, but it didn't bring players back. And so, in terms of changing the shape of the graph or the income being generated during the follow-up patch, the extra 10% after release had little benefit. apart from, good feelings. But I can imagine what you're saying here is by fitting that 10% into the release, everyone gets to benefit from it.
Yeah, well, you certainly want that. No, well, the thing you were saying there about like I mean, okay, so when it comes to seasonal content like this, you really want to just concentrate as much as you can in the season as possible. However, there is a really important thing, which is that you don't want people to feel, the people who are playing, to feel sour about the league, because that will influence the results you get next season. So you do actually need to fix stuff and improve it. But it's really challenging, especially when the things that need fixing are actually nerfs. Then you've got like sort of the double-edged sword problem.
Nerves.
So, like there was things like this is actually a PoE 1 example, but it's like, okay, we had some things where there were some mechanics with the Breach prequel that people weren't happy about, and so it was sort of really important to make sure that we got those sorted out by the time the next
walls. I remember walls. It's still in the game actually.
Release comes along, otherwise it would just be a bunch of people complaining about that. So you do really need to make sure that you're at least improving all that stuff. But in terms of like adding more content, like more uniques or something, it's just not really going to matter, because it's like most people are kind of like wanting to go play the season, and then then they're done with it and they want to come back next season. So it doesn't end up really mattering too much about adding content. Like it doesn't juice numbers or anything.
Yeah,
and that's like interesting as well, because a lot of the wisdom from a lot of other game companies is that like, oh, you need to run a bunch of seasonal events, you need to do like all this sort of stuff. Like it's like a constant refrain that you get. Like if you look at the mobile game space, it's like they're like all about the events. Like it's just constantly like you have to do something every week or whatever to prevent people from leaving. But it's just not our MO at all. Like our goal is like give you a satisfying experience. They leave, you come back later.
Yeah.
And it's honestly the hardest thing to convince people of. And like even a lot of the time people believe they understand that, they still don't really. Like there's that talk that you did at GDC that people commonly reference where we talk about this quite a lot.
Yes.
And the funny thing is that like people will reference that and talk about it and link it to each other and all that sort of stuff. But yet when I talk to these people in person, I still feel like they still don't actually understand. They're not really willing to commit what they would really need to commit to really do that. Like in particular, most people are incredibly petrified of economic resets. Like people just actually, most games just do not have the balls to actually reset people's progress. And yet I would say that it's like one of the major reasons why Path of Exile 1 still is going today. Like if we did not do that, I just don't think Path of Exile 1 could possibly have lasted as long as it did.
I don't think ARPGs work without economy reset, because like you get to a point where there's nothing else to do. It's kind of how like just games are designed. But if you don't have resets, right, then you have to change how the game fundamentally works. And change it to more something like Lost Ark or something, where it's like weeklies and dailies and stuff, and long-term progress.
Yeah. So it's a bit of a shock to the system to new players, but once they experience the joy of doing a league start and then the joy of doing another league start where it feels fair, then they're addicted.
It does take a little while to get into, because I mean, like you'll start, of course people will be, you get the whole thing, oh, we need to skip the campaign. Like people start to ask, oh, I don't want to have to do it again if I already did it.
It's MMO essentially.
It's really important that you don't, because it's so important that everyone feels like they're on a fair playing field. And it's like part of the reason why you still don't get new users at all. It's like Path of Exile 1 still gets new users today, not like a lot.
I also feel like the issue, if you don't do resets, if you look at other games, like for example, like Destiny, right, where it's kind of like a ARPG in a sense with the loot and stuff, but it gets to a point when those type of games where it's like you either need like giga catch-up mechanics, what kind of diminishes what you've done before, which I feel like doesn't feel good, or this is like just so much catch-up content that it takes forever to like play with your friends as well. It creates other issues as well. Like the fresh restart in PoE is just like, or ARPG in general, is so good. You don't have to worry about catch-up mechanics because it resets every 3 months or 4 months, whatever. And it does never like, you can always play your friends on the league start. Yeah, extraction shooters, yeah. Friends, yeah, friends. It's like if there wasn't resets, it just turns more into an MMO type of deal, which is like just a whole different game.
But we do get them, and so like that's part of the reason why Path of Exile 1's still good. And I actually found out a metric recently that I'd never actually looked at specifically, or at least hadn't for a long time, which maybe you'd find interesting as well. which was that between the last two PoE 1 releases, even though they were approximately the same size, only 40% of the makeup of the next League launch was from the previous League launch.
Really?
Wow.
And
that's interesting.
Were those players from past ones, or they weren't?
Yes, the thing. They weren't.
Right?
Most of the players weren't new players, but yet only 40% of the people actually play from one league to the next. So what I'm saying is that a huge amount of people are actually, they'll come back like 3 or 4 leagues later and
only 40%. That's actually kind of interesting. What was before Keepers? What's the league before Keepers? Mercs. So only 40% of people who played Mercs went back for Keepers, but it still had the same amount of players. That's interesting. Around for a couple leagues, yeah. Part of the 40%, yeah. It's probably like the average casual gamer. I mean, it makes sense. It also depends on what's out at the same time, right? Like if you're just like an average gamer, Mercs comes out, you play Mercs, but then maybe Keepers came out like when another game came out. I don't know what came out during Keepers. It probably was other games. It was during like November or whatever. Depends what else is coming out.
try it again and that kind of stuff. Like there's actually a lot of that going on as well. So you know, you end up with a situation where for a PoE 1 launch you might only get like 10 or 15% truly new players, and then it's like 40% of people who played the last league, and then the rest of them are made of people who played like several leagues ago.
That's fascinating because in the past we had efforts to enlist new players, you know, marketing to new audiences. You had the efforts to return the users from the last one, but there weren't necessarily, we didn't have a strong way of reactivating people from, you know.
Actually, I would like to hear the stat on how many players play like majority of the leagues, like, you know, 4 out of 5 leagues or something. I'm kind of interested on that stat.
Leagues, and I wonder, are those users watching the live stream? Like when you announce a new league, does everyone tune in and then they decide if they're playing or not? If they want
to I have a feeling that is what it is. Like, and that's, I think, why it's sort of important to have a variety of different leagues with different like feels, because I think there are certain people who will come back to certain things and not others, and that's just kind of fine. Like it's just sort of nice that you can do a variety like that. And yeah, like I guess you'll have some tentpole releases, right? Like Settlers was like a really huge one that like I think a larger than normal amount of people came back for, which is why it was so large.
Settlers was the biggest league.
I mean, there was the whole thing about how PoE 2's release was coming up, and you know, there's like various other tailwinds that were good for it. But
yeah, also to bear in mind with Settlers, sorry to interrupt, but because that was one that you and Mark did, it was the 10% larger than the Chris ones. And
maybe.
So
I mean, it just presented really well, and like it was just a really good league like that. So I think a greater than usual number of people came back. But the reason why I was actually looking at this at all is because I was wondering, like I saw the number, what it was for PoE 2, and I was kind of disappointed in it. And I was like, well, I should look at what the number is for PoE, like in terms of like people who come from, I went from 030 to 040. And then I was like, okay, but what is it for PoE 1? And I found the PoE 1 number was actually lower. And I was like,
oh, wait,
it's like kind of
PoE 2 has more returning players than PoE 1 each league? That's actually kind of interesting. I thought PoE 2 would be lower. That means it's probably over 50% in PoE 2. So the average PoE 2 player plays league to league. Of course, it's a better game. Yeah, true. No, it's not about the game being early access, which attracts more. The stat is how many people play league to league. Like how many people that played 0.4 also played 0.3. So it's not new players, it's returning players. Existing players.
Strange, but as I said, I think it's just because PoE 1's got such a large base of people who, you know, like who come back every few leagues.
Yeah,
that that's the reason why it can be like that.
Yeah, I imagine for a very enfranchised player who knows the game backwards, they really want to play. If the release comes out and they're visiting their grandparents that weekend or something, and they kind of can't play as much as they'd like, they're like, sweet, I know there's another one in 3 or 4 months, I'll play then. And then,
but it's also part of the thing of like running seasonal as opposed to ones where you're constantly running events. Is that like, you know, the downside, as it were, is that if you don't get people on that weekend, it's quite unlikely to get them later either. So you're putting all your eggs in one basket there. But I still think it's the superior strategy because there aren't really very many games that have lasted as long as PoE has.
True.
Like, you know, most of the other ones. In fact, like, what is another PvE game that has lasted as long as PoE has? It's like they're actually incredibly rare. There's a few, I think. Around.
World of Warcraft?
Yes, sure.
EVE Online? Does that count as PvE?
That game is such a, like, so far outside my understanding that I don't even know if I can qualify that one way or the other. Like, that's like a sort of a completely incomprehensible to me. I have no idea what's going on with EVE Online. So.
I had a conversation with the EVE developers a long time ago, like 10 years ago, and I'm sure they won't mind me mentioning this now because it's been so long, but the designers I spoke to
Destiny
had
2,
this
that's not older than PoE, is
concern
it?
that when they add content to EVE Online, the players expect it to be there forever. And therefore, they can't experiment with interesting stuff. And they express direct jealousy with our leagues. We could introduce something crazy, and then worst case scenario is you break the game because it was Harvest, right?
For sure.
Harvest.
We do. The funny thing is that we do actually end up bringing most of what we put in back. We just get to tweak it along the way, so it doesn't having to be like a millstone around our neck for so long.
Yeah, my rule of thumb was to have the league out, then to take it away for one league cycle.
Yeah, for one league cycle, and then bring it back the one after.
Right, because then when you bring it back, it's okay to come back with changes.
But we don't always necessarily do that. It kind of comes down to a little bit of like what's going on.
Hey, Mercs is on a
PO1.
PO1.
Is like, especially for the PoE2 content we're making, because we're sort of filling out the core. There's definitely expectation, all that stuff to stay around, which probably won't be the case post 1.0. Like after that point, it'll be like the leagues are kind of like temporary more explicitly. Yeah. Then we decide which ones we want to keep or not. But
it's like Rise of the Abyssal in the end game, for example. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So it's pretty cool actually in the new one, because now that we've got everything on the Atlas, there's like giant abyss cracks that are like on the generator.
Giant cracks.
And then you can close those by running maps along the lines. So it actually kind of works out being a similar mechanic to memory lines in PoE1. We like run along a thing, except it's like a giant continent scale abyss crack, and then you're closing it one map at a time. So that one's kind of cool.
I remember when you pitched the look of the Atlas, like having a 3D like landscape that's infinite in all directions, back when we were working on it. And like at the time I was so busy with other stuff in PoE1 that I didn't really like watch it develop day to day. But then one day I go downstairs and check in with you, and there's this insane 3D rendered like, you know, infinite Atlas thing. And it's very cool what the team can do. I actually had a question about this. You'll have to indulge my technical question here, but okay. So in this, correct me if I'm wrong. In the new announcement, you have like an infinite ocean that's part of the Atlas. So does that mean that there's just a portion where one direction is water and the other direction is land? Right. Like okay, so
they flood the Atlas.
My memory is this stuff was being generated procedurally using like overlapping Perlin noise clouds or something like that. Okay.
So when you're generating a something that's infinite in size, you need to be able to have a way to generate each block independently of the other blocks. So you need some way of saying, okay, if I can as I said, I can generate this. I don't have to know what was next door in order to be able to generate this. So that you can like generate in any arbitrary location. So games like Minecraft and stuff work this way, right? Where you can kind of just say, like, you just for an arbitrary location on the map, okay, here's a place I'm going to generate. So overlapping noise is a really good way to do that. You effectively just take like a bunch of like trigonometry functions like sine and cosine and stuff, multiply them and add values, things like that, and then you get an overlapping one. You end up with like a kind of cloudy looking layer. And then in the case of a game like ours, which has biomes, you can kind of look at it kind of like different heights. Like if you imagine like that there's the mountain is like the mountain biome is like a height map, and then you've got like the plains biome as a height map. If you overlay them two on top of each other, and you say, okay, wherever the plains are higher, there's going to be plains, and wherever the mountains are higher, it's going to be mountains. You can kind of like effectively imagine how you can get like kind of interesting shapes developing from that. So it's effectively just a bunch of overlapping noises where you pick whatever the highest one is. And so in the case of something like an ocean, where you want to have like, you don't want to have just like a flat border on the edge, but you still want to have it, like blend into it with some interesting shapes. All you have to do is just say, okay, there's like there's a slow blend where we blend in the ocean biome from 0 to 1 over like a certain distance.
So it interpolates it in.
It effectively interpolates it in. But what that happens is, because all the other things have got like various heights, the ocean just becomes more prevalent until the point where it's the only thing that's there. So you get quite like a nice borderline, so long as you
some nerd shit
with the edges in some sort of like fuzzy way like that. And so then you end up with an infinite ocean. But then on top of that, we wanted to have islands in the ocean. So then once you're in the ocean area, there's like a different set of random noises that overlap to create islands. And so I think there's I'm not 100% certain about the exact way, but there's like a thing that creates the island shapes, and I believe it uses the old noise functions for the biomes in order to generate the different shapes of the islands. But then what we do is, like, if it was forest, we instead make it a bunch of palm trees so that it looks like an ocean island. And if it was mountains, it'll instead be, that have like snow and stuff on them. It'll instead be like a thing that looks more like the oceans and the water. So like, there's kind of like a set of alternate art variations effectively for the biomes that are on islands in the ocean.
So how do you control the distribution of the islands and making sure they don't collide with each other and stuff?
Well, they can, in which case you just get a big island. Like the island, we're not generating islands, we're just generating a noise function that happens to produce island-looking shapes.
So there's a sea level somewhere.
That effectively, you look at it as a sea level, but it's the same as you do the other thing, right? You just take whatever is the maximum value of two overlapping noise functions and tweak the parameters until it sort of looks about right.
Yeah. Okay, so the mechanic doesn't need a discrete island.
No, it doesn't. Right. So basically, the infinite ocean, there's effectively blocks that you explore. So you send out the ships, and then all of the to a given block using a logbook, and then anything that's there will be explored.
Makes sense, yeah.
And then that will include, may include islands, may not, but it definitely includes at least maps that are like. So when I say islands, by the way, there are like islands that are like one map pin, which is like just like one map, and then there's larger islands that like have a structure to them that have like different biomes and stuff on them. So there'll always be at least various maps to do when you do one of these, but it's just kind of fun to like go from island to island. And we do a few things like the distances between maps on the islands are like relatively small, but the distances on the ocean are quite large. So you get the feeling of traveling between hopping around between island chains.
That's really cool. Yeah. No,
Can you explain it?
So
the generating islands. There you go.
Prior to me leaving GGG, one of the problems that we struggled with was like lack of executive bandwidth, if you see what I mean. There was me and you and Mark. Eric had left a couple of years earlier, and there wasn't enough time to do everything. Like, the PoE Mobile wasn't getting the attention it deserves internally and so on. And I solved this by making the problem way worse by leaving, but left you guys in a bad situation, obviously, with regard to, your time being further stretched. But how has it been going these days? Like, I hear that Mark has found people to, run an internal PoE1 team that he can supervise as opposed to having to work on it himself.
Yeah. So,
PoE Mobile.
I mean, obviously there's like a lot of things of like company structure, but I would say that one of the things that is like a lot of this sort of company level stuff, you can honestly like not worry too much about it, and like most of it kind of goes away. Like, I don't actually know that, like, okay, so there are probably things that are getting left by the wayside here that probably mean that there's like various intangible benefits that we might have otherwise gotten are kind of being left by the wayside. Like, I'm sure some of the like random deals you're doing and that kind of stuff like sort of probably mattered. But honestly, like, I try to focus as much as I can on just the game development, like, and not really too much on the sort of company running stuff. And like, there are people who like do operations and things like that. We can, that can handle things. But it's honestly not too bad. So I really try and focus on the game development as much as possible, and anything that's kind of not that, like, that's not directly going to be responsible for making the game better, I try to just make sure that someone else is handling that.
I understand. So in the managing director / CEO position, you have decision-making authority, your responsibility, the direction of the company, but you don't want to be doing like pretend CEO job all day. You just want to make the decision and move back to the game.
For sure. So I mean, like, I basically have like a sort of half an hour meeting every morning of like, here's the sort of company things that have come up. And I try to limit everything to that so that I'm not spending all day doing that kind of stuff, because it would be really easy to just like spend a bunch of time on that stuff. And it's just the questions, I don't know like how much value like you really get out of that. I mean, there's things that are important, right? Like, we're deciding to do things like ExileCon, and there's a lot that needs to go on there. You need to hire people to work on that, and you need to do all this sorts of stuff. But as I said, I try to really focus on the
March
game,
Mobile
for the most part, because that's the part I actually enjoy. And I wouldn't want to, like, basically have my job be not that part too much, because otherwise, then I'd be wanting to leave, I suppose. Yeah, being able to do the fun part is, I suppose, the thing that actually keeps someone around and wanting to keep doing it. So yeah, kind of try to avoid the
ultimate threat. Someone brings you paperwork, and you're like, I can do this paperwork for you, but consider before you ask, because if I become unhappy, this all falls over.
Right. No. It's but yeah, that's why I just try to stick on the game development. So I'm probably the part that I like, the two things that I kind of work on the most, like, in terms of the areas, is like the environment side, like making the new acts and areas, and also working on the the new character classes. So you know, like I'm doing a lot of that sort of forward-looking work.
Your other CEOs are bums, man. This guy's actually working.
You know, things like, you know, doing league work. I mean, I still work on the design. Like, I mean, the last league that we made, the temple one, I made the like simulation for that. So I'm still like,
Jonathan made the temple, dude. That's why it was really good. Base Jonathan. You should vibe code the next one as well.
And occasionally doing some coding.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, like, you know, because Mark usually does things like the monster design and boss design and stuff like that. So he's like often handling the kind of like that moment-to-moment gameplay stuff there.
So tell me about the simulation stuff, because I remember when we did the initial Incursion League, the first temple a long time ago, that started with us like, I may have just like, you know, made a fake memory here, but we're like cutting up bits of paper and laying out a temple on the carpet on the ground. And like, we've got a board game version, as it were, of Incursion. And then you then coded that into a simple implementation that let us simulate it for the, like, you did a really good betrayal simulator. I remember that was actually like a powerhouse, that thing.
Actually,
like
there was remember that one.
A separate C++ implementation of Betrayal that you could run.
Yeah, I sort of vaguely maybe remember about that, but yeah, I mean, but look, doing that kind of stuff, doing the simulators is exactly the kind of stuff that I actually quite enjoy doing. So I did the same thing for Incursion as well, where effectively what I did is I just took one of our tools and just made like a thing where you can open a screen, which is just like, here's the effectively card game version of the temple. And doing that stuff is also good because you can there's a lot of things that you don't really appreciate whether the gameplay is going to be good until you've actually tried it. So there were just a lot of decisions that I thought I knew that I wanted it to work a certain way, and then when I actually tried it in the simulator, I realized immediately that it didn't. So and there was like a lot of things where we sort of eased up on a lot of the rules and like made it easier to connect things and that sort of stuff. And I don't think I would have done that if we had not been having the simulator early. Because a lot of that stuff, you know, like if I was to just put a league like that straight into the game, like a sort of technical league like that, I think you really would, like you'd be in the last few days and realizing, kind of like we did with Synthesis, that we needed to change the generation for it. Like Synthesis is an example of a game of a league where we didn't make a simulator for the sort of mechanics of it. And that meant that, like, because it all sort of has to come together before you can really play it, you then, you know, realize that, okay, we actually have to change quite a lot about this. So, I mean, that's the reason why you do it. And really, everyone should do this, and everyone knows this. But then at the same time, it can be tough when you're staring down like a relatively fast league turnaround and then actually budget time towards something like that.
Yeah.
You know, like it's easy to think, okay, we understand what we want this to be. We can just make this and hope that things come together. But yeah, it definitely isn't as good when we do that.
Yeah, I remember for Delve and Prophecy, I made these gigantic Excel spreadsheets where using, I'm losing a lot of geek points here, using Visual Basic for applications, which is what we script Excel with, it would implement the simulator kind of stuff. And every time you hit refresh, it would populate down like it had a list of world areas for a run through the game with how much sulfite you'd collect in each one, how many delves it let you do, and given the number of delves on average, how much progress you'd make. And then I'll let you say things like, okay, by maps, I'm at this depth, and therefore we can have it so that the catch-up mechanic went to that depth, minus 10% and so on. And yeah, as you're saying, it made it so much easier to have a separate thing to do that, because otherwise, if you're relying on the game version, it's ready, you know, 3 days before release, and have fun balancing that.
Yeah. So you did the gameplay simulation of that thing, and then I think I did the actual generator for the map. For that
which
one.
is like
actually,
the Atlas one, right?
Yeah, the Atlas one. And that actually, it worked exactly like the Atlas one, actually. And that one came in handy
Atlas
because I ended up
dope.
using the same thing for the card game at ExileCon, the last one.
Yes.
So, you know, it was kind of handy that I'd written that, because it meant that I could really easily take that and turn into that, which we ended up using for that. So
Speaking about ExileCon card games, do not confirm what's happening at this ExileCon, because I understand it has to be a surprise for all of us. And as an attendee rather than a host, I am looking forward to being surprised. But
nice.
Have you had time to do planning of what's happening with that kind of content?
So I do have an idea for what I'm doing with the card game, but I haven't started writing it yet. The card game is kind of one of those things that I sort of do in my spare time at home. So, you know, I'm not going to be sitting there at work doing that.
Doesn't want to talk to you,
And
bro.
I haven't had as much time during the 050 cycle for this kind of thing. So after 050, my plan is to go and start, you know, as my little hobby home project, get the card game sorted out. And there's lots of other ExileCon planning going on. And we've got like broadly, like, you know, like we know there's things like the crafting benches and all that sort of stuff, and like the map system and stuff, like, you know, like things like that we need. So there's like space planned out at ExileCon for that, but you know, the exact mechanics of the game in terms of what the league expansion is for it is not something that other people have know about yet.
There's this second layer to the card game design, which is to do with availability of humans to run it. Because obviously the staff love engaging with the players, right? Like it's a highlight, the fact they get to go and play the card game with players, but it's tiring. And, you know, as we found out with the first one, if you stick a t-shirt on someone and hand them some cards and say, go engage with the players for 6 hours in a row,
well, that's why last time we made it so that people have 2-hour shifts of wearing the t-shirts rather than do that. So we'll do that again. Plus we've got more staff now, so we can actually have a similar number of monsters for you know, with
I'm gonna fight Zaki
time shifts. So that works out okay.
That's very cool. Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't want to be in that position again because it is overwhelming to be that swarmed by people in my position. But it was one of the highlights of the last ExileCons is getting to talk to players who. The people who were like fighting me and you, as it were, because we had the highest t-shirts on, were people who had mastered the card game. They'd arrived with the goal of doing really well at the card game. And it helps that there were rumors that someone was offering $2,000 for the card game prize. Like, remember those Mirror of Calandra pins? You know, anyway. So the people that came up to fight the card game against me were people that were so passionate about it, they'd made it their identity. Like there was this guy, lovely guy actually, he was at the Ultra VIP party, who had pre-arranged card game strategy to like buy the starter decks that came in the backpack off people who didn't intend to play. He had some amount he was offering them, and I don't approve of the real money trading of cards to cheat at the event.
He was RMT at the event.
Mean that he was able to, like, you know, get through the first couple of levels of the card game slightly faster and get to the monsters that weren't quite as swarmed as the other ones, and it was like a league launch.
Well, I can get you a t-shirt for the next ExileCon, Chris. You can at least go for some of the time. Get some
whatever you need me to do, Jonathan, just let me know. I'll be available. Yeah. When are you announcing I mean, obviously you'll still be working on it, but when do you plan to announce the schedule of what's happening at ExileCon?
Oh, it'll be a little bit later. I mean, we already talked about broadly what's going to be there, but in terms of the exact schedule, it's a little bit later because we need to get all of the talks and everything from all that stuff written. And yeah, as I said, probably a little bit after 050. I would say.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I had a question about the league stuff we were just discussing. So obviously, like, you and I know how leagues used to work when we did dozens of them for PoE 1. But these days, is the process of making a league for PoE 2 different than the way that we made it for PoE 1? Bearing in mind, like, how PoE 2 leagues get integrated into the end game? Like, are there any big differences there?
Not really, to be honest. It's pretty much the same stuff because at the end of the day, the formula that we worked out in terms of all the things you need to have in a league is still very much the case. You know, I would say the main difference is that the level of narrative complexity is higher than what we previously had in terms of like the quality of the events you need to do and that kind of thing.
You want to have like a storyline that runs through it because you've got those the progress indicators now, right?
Yes, but it's not just that. It's kind of like, you know, just the overall quality of what you're doing just needs to be high in order to match with the rest of the game. So you kind of can't really half-ass it in the way that like maybe we would have, you know, like some years back. There's just quite a lot going on there, and that narrative stuff actually takes some of the largest amount of time because it requires a lot of different departments that are all moving together to create that stuff. And there's a lot of just like timing things and all sorts of stuff around that make it really hard. Yeah, it's probably one of the hardest things about 050 is because there's effectively the narrative content of, you know, 5 leagues in one release. You know, like there's so many of those narrative events, it just takes a really long time to get all that stuff working. And is it just one of the hardest things for whatever reason to actually to actually make good?
Early leagues in Path of Exile 1, like Anarchy, right? You know, there's a Rogue Exile, that's the league. Or Invasion, there's an extra monster that's hard to kill.
It's a sick league.
They were quite simple, obviously, and it got more complicated as time went on. You know, budgets went up, quality standards went up, and so on. Do you think there'll be a situation later where these early PoE 2 leagues seem really primitive and simple compared to the monstrosities you'll be producing in 5 years from now?
Well, it kind of already happened with the 010 leagues, but for a somewhat different reason, right? Because they were all made together.
I mean, Wisp.
So I'd say what effectively, like a lot of what 050 is bringing all of those ones up to the standard that we've now effectively got for what a PoE 2 league needs to be. And you know, I don't necessarily foresee them getting like too much larger, because like on some level there's a limit to what you can actually do in like a 4-month time period. Yeah, like I think it should honestly be like relatively similar. And like, to be honest, like the PoE 1 has also got that sort of level of stuff going on with a lot of its leagues. You know, like, I mean, especially things like Settlers. So, you know, like, there's just a little bit of that coming on, just like the overall studio, like the kind of stuff, like the kind of standards that we have as a studio are just higher now than they used to be too.
I wonder if you've got this process where you come up with a league idea, you make the simulator and you try the league idea out, which is a good opportunity. If you don't like it, you can fail at the simulator stage rather than once you've made the thing. Have you considered having like dedicated designers working on multiple leagues at a simulator level where all they're doing is getting approved ideas that then get made sequentially later? So now it's time to do League A and you implement that, but League B and C and D are being prototyped and iterated on at a simulator level in the background?
Well, I guess I got a few concerns about that. So one of them is that not every league is the kind of league that should have a simulator. Like Abyss is an example of a league that's just like it's not.
No, I'm going to
the
ExileCon.
mechanic isn't. I mean, there's balanced simulation in the sense of like, you need to work out like, what the right number of the holes is and like, how many, like stuff like that, right? Like there's things like that need to be done, but it's not like a simulator in the same way that Incursion would be.
Yeah, that one could be prototyped for fun testing.
I'd really say that only every other league is the kind of league that needs to do that, and that's probably a good thing because they attract different types of player bases. And the funny thing as well, by the way, is those sort of simulator type, heavy type leagues, a lot of them are actually less popular when they get first released, and then they sort of tend to be more beloved later.
Once they're understood.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
What was I going to say?
You had another point about simulator leagues.
Right. But the other thing as well is that it's really actually hard to make a league before you in advance, because so much of what you make needs to be a response to what the community cares about right now anyway. So like you wouldn't really be able to say like I mean obviously there's things like you're going to need some uniques, right? You're going to need a pinnacle boss, you're going to need stuff like that, but like in terms of what the mechanics are and like what the game feels like it's missing, it's sort of hard to know about that in advance. So it's honestly makes it a little bit hard to really to do that stuff in advance. The other thing as well that I think that is a bugbear that I think some game companies have is that, so I mean, we put everything into our leagues. And what I mean by that is like, we don't come up with like, here's a plan for like the next like, years of content or whatever, and then like hold things back and kind of like, okay, here's when we're going to release this thing, whatever. It's like everything we come up with that's cool, we just do it immediately. And like there's always more ideas that you can have, like if you can go back to the well and do it again. So I think that actually some game companies have run into problems where they like plan out this content schedule and then that's what they stick to, and then it's like they end up not really adding enough and that kind of thing. Like part of the reason why our leagues feel full is because like, if we have an idea, we just want to do it immediately. And that does sort of lead to like a somewhat hectic schedule, but on the other hand, like you don't get this feeling of like missingness. And we actually almost made this mistake for 050. It's a little bit complicated to explain because like we kind of changed the plotline in order to not have this happen, but like we were going to have a situation where the boss that we were going to have was going to be one of like, it's like, oh, but like you haven't actually fought the true boss yet kind of thing, and it's actually a really crappy ending. And I'm like, I actually don't want to be in a state, even if interstitially, where like you haven't fought the boss that is coming in the future, like it's actually really bad. So
another large action RPG franchise that did that, I think.
Okay, I wasn't thinking of anyone in particular, but effectively, like, I actually think it's really bad to leave people hanging on something like, like you get them all prepared for something and then it doesn't happen. It's like really crappy. So as I said, we almost made that mistake in 050 and then we changed it. Like we had to change quite a lot of plotline stuff in order to make that better. That's just, I think it's important that like you see the goal, you get to the goal, so like dude, don't do something where it's like, oh, here's the series of like 4 bosses and then like you're going to fight one of them in this expansion and then you're going to fight the second one in the next expansion and that kind of stuff. Like you actually really want to, like if you're going to do it, then just do them all at once or don't do them. Like,
which game was that? D4. You fought Mephisto's dog last expansion. That's what he was referencing.
Or don't even talk about the others or something, like it's okay to be like, here's one, and then like you don't know about the others at all, like they're not hinted at, they're not like a thing, but then later on there's more. But like don't really, I think it's just a really bad idea to make players feel like like I have to play later, I haven't even finished the story. Obviously, we're in early access, we haven't finished the story because the storyline's not done, which is sort of unfortunate, but at least we're not doing it wherever we can, wherever we don't need to.
Your point about throwing everything into each release definitely resonates. I remember a number of years ago when we were still finding our cadence and so on, I had this pipe dream of getting a league ahead or getting half a league ahead, right? And we quickly ran into the issue that if you do that, you become out of touch with the, Reddit will decide 2 weeks before a release what needs to be in that release. And if you don't have that, if you haven't been reading the tea leaves just right, beforehand, then you feel off base and out of touch. So, and then the other thing I remember you talking to me in detail about at the time was that if we have extra content, releasing it in this expansion and just making more extra content later is probably the best thing to do. And always valuing the today player rather than making our lives have an easier time later on.
Yeah.
I was trying to overproduce it, I think. And, the reality of what we did was the way you wanted, where we dumped everything in each expansion and they had more stuff as a result.
I mean, it's not like we can never produce things ahead, right? I mean, for example, like the acts that we're making, right? Obviously, a bunch of work has been done in the background to make that happen. But it's honestly not the way I like working. And it's like part of the reason why I think I find like working in early access stressful, because you've got multiple things on the go at the same time rather than being able to just throw everything into one thing. There's a certain clarity you get just like being able to work on one thing. And so I honestly I just find these long pipelines to be quite stressful.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So I had a question. So early on, when we were discussing starting Path of Exile 2, one of our motivations for it was that we felt that because Path of Exile 1 was dozens and dozens of releases in, it was harder to get new players, right? Like jumping on a train that's been going for 10 plus years is difficult for some people. The game has a reputation for being complicated. And so Path of Exile 2 was an opportunity as an onboarding point. And so my question is about accessibility. And, I don't mean dumbing the game down or anything, but I just mean in terms of making sure that it's not, too complicated for new players. So you've got this tension where on one hand, you need to be a worthy sequel to Path of Exile. And that means for many people being more Path of Exile than Path of Exile is. But it's also a thing where if you are too, opaque and complicated for new players, obviously they'll bounce off it. How have you found trying to manage that?
Too complicated D4 players, apparently.
Well, I think that my opinion is probably a little bit different from a lot of people, which is that I think that Path of Exile 1 being such an old game is in itself the accessibility problem that it has. What I mean by that is that this isn't to say that Path of Exile 1 isn't complicated. It is. I just don't think that the complexity is necessarily the reason why new players don't play it. I think the main reason why new players don't play it when they're not going to play it is just like, well, this is a game that came out a decade ago. Like they feel like they've kind of missed the train. And so I don't think PoE 2 is necessarily... I mean, like, PoE 2 does have things that make it more accessible, but I wouldn't say that those were necessarily done because we're appealing to a different audience. It's more because we just thought that they were better designs that are just better in general for everybody who plays them. And I think the main reason why someone is going to play PoE 2 over PoE 1 is literally just because it's newer. Like, that is like a big factor for a lot of people, right? Like, there's just people who are like, okay, well, I never played PoE 1. I'm not going to get into it now. It's like really old. It's just the way a lot of people will see things, right? But hey, PoE 2, it's new getting on point. I can play it now. And like, I'm getting it on the ground floor and then I'm going to play it. And that's just going to make the audience bigger just from the purpose of, just from that alone. So I'm not like I'm looking at them and I'm not looking and saying I want to appeal to a bigger audience. I'm looking at this and being like, this is a sequel that will appeal to a bigger audience who never, like, because many people know about Path of Exile now. And the only reason they're not playing PoE 1 is just because it's old. So literally, it's like, even if we literally had appealed to exactly the same audience, I think we'd just have a bigger audience from that reason alone.
Good answer.
But, yeah, as I said, like I don't say that to say that I don't want to make things more accessible, because I mean, it is good to make things better. It's just that I wouldn't be like I never want to be the person thinking I'm appealing to a different audience specifically, because I'm not. I'm just making the game better. And at the end of the day, the audience I'm appealing to really still is myself. Just whether I think things. So it's like things like the way the thing I use this example all the time, right? Like the support gem system is just easier to deal with in PoE 2, but it's not like I wouldn't have done that in PoE 1. Like if I'd have thought of the way of that working back then, right? Like it's just that we just didn't for whatever reason.
It's kind of amazing how well PoE succeeded despite having this system where if you're a new player, you have this really complicated thing where if I take my boots off, I can't cast Fireball anymore. Why is that? And if I'm a high level player, if I take my armor off to put a better one on that I found, I have to spend a week getting the sockets and stuff perfect again, or however long it takes. Probably
I don't think it takes a week, Chris, but...
I have my mind back in the pre-301 era.
Sure.
But you have to futz with sockets quite a bit in order to have it be equivalent. And it's one of those things where every player at every stage of the game has to understand I need to be considering sockets with my items, which is something that's cleaned up really tidily in Path of Exile 2.
Yep.
I've been quite pleased with the progress of watching early access so far from my vantage point. I've been seeing really cool things about the game, so I wanted to say thank you for doing a great job with it. I think that what PoE 2 has grown into is far bigger than we I mean, both games grew into far bigger than we imagined, but PoE 2 is such a unique identity of itself. You know, it could have easily been PoE 1 with better graphics and different sockets, but instead you've made something that feels like a very modern action RPG in a really good way.
Thanks.
Dodge roll.
You're doing a good job. Well, thank you very much for having the chat with me today. It's been really interesting talking about this stuff, and I hope the viewers have found it fascinating as well.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe, and I'll see
like and subscribe for Chris. W interview. All right. That was a good interview. I liked a lot of details there. Never likes. He doesn't need it. Yeah, I already know Chris working on a new project. It's been a while. He's been doing it for like over a year, 2 years. It was a good interview though. All right, now let me go watch some of the 0.5 stuff again. I just want to ranger practice? Nah, yeah, no. HK views. I'm not adding ass 11. What if I start banning everyone who types ass 11 instead? Maybe try uploaded something. You guys want to see if try uploaded something? Okay, let's see. Oh, he did. The latest PoE2 news is ridiculous. Yo, what up?
This might be an inappropriate question to ask right now, but is there such a thing as too much content? Because this Path of Exile 2...
Yeah, it is for Diablo players. You guys see the Diablo thread? Diablo is complaining that PoE2 has too much content. It's too much for them. After seeing a last stream of PoE2, I'm so glad Diablo 4 is not like that. I mean, seeing all these crazy bad systems, me as a casual and not want to play that game at all. Glad D4 can do a better job at staying approachable. Content equals bad. That's why they're satisfied with D4. The trailer. Had Dev posted that.
For the leagues that we didn't do major.
Not yelling at sushi. Shut up. I was thinking more about the limit mechanic and stuff. And it is directly entitled with like expedition and stuff, which is kind of weird. The new limit mechanic is essentially kind of, it's directly tied with expedition, which means if you don't do expedition, you're not really doing a new limit mechanic. Did you hear Ziggy D? We watched it yesterday. It was like arch nemesis. Yeah, it feels kind of like whatever. I don't like Expedition. I feel like Expedition is still the most outdated one now. I'm surprised they didn't change Expedition. Like, in my opinion, what Expedition should be is like Big Boom is by default. Then you bounce it around that. Like placing down one landmine to one landmine is not that fun. Go to 111.03 timestamp. All right, I already made a Twitter post about this, all right? Fubgun takes his nose on 99% of his builds. Ain't no way people are already posting top builds for 0.5. Let's see. 0.5 top builds. Top 5 powerful builds. Strongest build. This is D4. No build make until patch notes. That's interview. I'm not watching the interview. So I don't remember quite exactly. The abyss area is only in one area, but it's gonna be another abyss area, which is a one-time thing. I know with Delhi you can place it down, and I think with Breach you can also place it down. Can you place down an abyss area? I mean, let me go back and just watch it. I need timestamps, GG. Where's abyss? They're not gonna have if analysis yet. If people don't like this version of if analysis, they'll probably give up on it. Where's abyss in the reveal? Virtual. Somewhere. Boss thing. Bro, I can't find it. Oh, is this it? No. I should abyss. Wait, did they even go over abyss? 5160. Okay, it's not a real number. 3327.
To complete the league.
No, they show it, but I'm not saying the show is not what I'm saying. Like, for example, Delhi has a mechanic where you place a fog on the map and it fogs nearby maps. Breach has a mechanic where you place a breach zone down and it enhances the whole area of breaches, right? I don't think they show that for Abyss. I'm sure it has it if those two have it, but you know what I mean. Like the breach one, I can go to the breach one real quick to show you what I mean. What was breach? Oh, they actually they show the breach one on here. It's in one of these previews. They show for like a split second, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right here, right here. Then you put a breach zone in and it corrupts the whole area of breaches. Right there, yeah. And then Delhi has the same thing, where you place down a Delhi, but it goes to like different types of maps. You probably show it here too. Yeah, this Delhi one. This is like a permanent thing. This is like not just story. This is like you place this thing is like forever. You place down a Delhi thing and it corrupts like all nearby maps of delirium. It's like an astrolabe, yeah. So I assume Abyss probably has one too. What, the mechanic? I mean, Breach is probably naturally good because it's monsters. Virtual is also interesting because of uniques, depending on how many uniques you can get. Early on, that could be powerful. Not really interested in Expedition unless there's more changes. Expedition to me still feels kind of outdated. We don't know how powerful the tree is, though. Like, I don't expect it to be Poe 1 tree. Is Virtual the same thing? I don't know if they showed it here. Oh yeah, Virtual does have the same thing. When you kill or start the audience with a king or whatever, it enhances nearby maps, and that's how you can get Mage Blood. Yeah, they all have it. So Abyss probably also has it in its own way. They just didn't show it. They show it here. Oh yeah, right here. Yeah. When you begin the Ready Nameless encounter, you get the nearby empowered maps. Mage Blood. We don't know Mage Blood in Poe 2. Yeah, I mean, I assume Abyss, it probably has its own thing as well. At least I would hope so. Wouldn't make sense if it didn't have it. The bow's sick. The bow looks like trash. Unless it means it do OP damage, I guess. 30 new map tile sets. Actually interesting because they used map tile sets from campaign before, but these can't be from campaign, unless from Act 5. I'm sure they want to make Myers again. Mage, but it's not an item. Oh. Yeah, it is. It's the block chance bow 1C. So the one interesting thing about this bow, which I didn't realize until someone pointed out, it's actually broken. You want to know why it's broken? If this works. So this. Destroy a unique item, extract one of its unique modifiers. This should be a, if this is a, I don't know if it counts as a expedition unique, whatever. But I think it is, right? I'm pretty sure this does count as expedition unique, so it should work with this. That makes this broken. You can either take the block portion for defense, or you can take the hour return part for double damage. Like, that would be insane. Like, it's straight up double damage, hour return. It's not hard to break armor. Yeah. All because of this. This only works on expedition related uniques. And I believe this is an expedition related unique. So, yeah. How you break armor in this game? You just use a physical skill that breaks armor. It's not like it's difficult. But it's also assuming this can take any single modifier. It might be restrictive, like Temple, to where you couldn't change every modifier. Like, can we actually get the return proj part? The block part would still be good. Like, if you can just get block cap in a bow build, that's also pretty good. The block, like, this is like a free defense, like 5% increased block chance for 100 total item armor. So you need 1,000, only 1,000 armor, and you have block cap in this game. It's kind of like OP for defense too. Isn't block used in Poe 2? No, it works the same as evasion. Only works with new league uniques. Well, this is a new league unique, so it would work with this. I mean, that sounds so OP, dude. Either you get block cap on a bow build, or you get return proj on a bow build. And return proj is double damage. Yeah, it should work. It sounds pretty broken to me. Because the base bow itself is kind of mid, but No crit and all that. RF Temporalis. Sure. No, I think image is not working. There. RF Temporalis sounds crazy. The Explode Scepter. Isn't it a staff though? I thought it was a staff. Yeah, you can't use Explode Scepter. It's two-hand. Isn't there a Keystone? I don't think that's for staffs. Isn't that Keystone only for talismans? I thought. This is shit. Yeah, talisman. Only for talisman. We add these new items into your filter at the patch. It's automatically updated because it's never sync. Yeah, the bow's interesting, the staff's interesting, the gloves. The gloves could be cool. You can get 100% coal for normal monsters and almost 100% for magic monsters. It's kind of cool. Manime is also pretty cool. I'm gonna one-shot all bosses. The track record, the balancing doesn't give me hope. Manimaze. This thing is pretty cool, honestly. You get your crit. It has pretty good damage. It's not bad damage. Add cold damage to a max mana, where it's all fire damage to cold damage. Like 300 flat mana is quite a bit. Oh yeah, if you steal the mod, it's gonna get broken. That's also true. Yeah, stealing the mods is like actually just massive for some of these uniques. Wait, so does every new unique count as an expedition unique? Like, does the RF staff count? I guess the RF staff you need the implicit, so it wouldn't matter. You need the implicit on RF staff. What uniques do they show? Do these count? Because if these count, you could also use this bow too, where you make your elemental damage hits contribute to every single element, which can be useful. Like if you're like an LA build, you can just freeze with this modifier. You can freeze in LA. That's kind of ritual. I guess it is a ritual unique. I hope this is an expedition unique. I know. Well, we'll find out and see what we can and cannot use. Okay, but this search function is nice. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a regex that regex out every single bad map, and so we only end up doing good maps. That's the plan. Like exclamation point Meyer. Drops end in 26 minutes. If I remember correctly, it should be 26 minutes. You just started watching? 07, dude. Lockdown in PoE. Yeah, 1 p.m. PDT, May 8th. Mage put on Meyer. Well, there's a semi fix for that now. I don't know how annoying this will be to swear a swap. Maybe there's no annoyance. I hope so. But we do have this now, which is probably gonna be the tech for bad maps. Is where's like way up here? Where is it? This. So whenever you get a bad map, you can spec into this. Corrupted Waystones open a random map area when used on basic maps. So if you can just swap freely between masters, you're like, oh, I got a bad map, let me just swap to this guy. Yeah, I mean, that would work. I mean, dude, I hope you can't get Meyer into Meyer. Dude, that'd be so troll. You click this node, you enter Meyer, and it rolls into Meyer again. No, multiples removed apparently. They removed multiples to the game. Which someone said in chat. That what Zaki said. Really? Yeah. This mace. Gain added land damage equal to the enemy's power for 20 seconds, up to 500. So, like, isn't this also giga broken if you steal this mod? You're essentially adding 500 flat land on a one-handed mace. Like, this is giga broken if you steal this. Yeah. Like, 500 flat lightning damage on a single mod. Like, how much do Poe weapons even get a one-handed mace? Like, half of that? Yeah, legit less than half, actually. So it's over 2 tier 1 rolls. That's insane. What does he mean by steal? There's this item right here. Willow's Legacy, destroy unique item, extract one of its unique modifiers, and turn it into a socketable rune. So you can socket a rune into a rare item and it gets the unique modifier. Now, this is only for expedition uniques. So it's not like Headhunter. You can't use for Headhunter. Does it say limited to 1? I mean, it doesn't. It might be limited to 1. Who knows? Might be tied. We don't know how restrictive this is. It could be tied to weapon type. I don't know. Dude, imagine if it's not tied to weapon type. Yeah, I'm taking this on a bow build too, man. Who knows? We didn't really get that much info from it. I mean, they did go over into reveal. I can find the reveal. It was certain elite mechanic, right? What do they say?
Objects of power, the creation of which is quality that is you will need. There are more and
Let me go over it. It was from the first segment, right? We was mentioning the Q&A. Yeah, but they showed it on stream. Like they showed it in the reveal. That's how we have the image. When they showed it though.
joins in the
I have no idea when it was in the live stream. That beats me. Yeah, I someone can find it, but I can't find it. Was the tour shop only a day long? That's just what to do for this type of shit. Build planner. I wonder how often we're gonna get teasers daily. New teaser every day. Timestamps here. Those timestamps don't help me though. Is that what I'm looking for? Guys, what about rarity in the patch notes? You know what I'm saying? Additional revival. We have just 21 days. I don't know. Yeah, you have multiple in the same row. It's 4 total. You pick 4 out of 12. Honestly, one's gonna be meta, but we can't know without seeing all of them. No way, rarity's still in the game. Yeah, they said it's untouched. Can't tell these nodes are. These might be like quant rarity nodes. I don't know what the fuck this is. It might be like fortress shit. Okay, dude, this exile thing, like, so do you have to not kill the exile? Like, this seems really troll. And then you have to wait for him to leave. He auto leaves, can't kill. I hope so. Like, what if you just one tap him? Attack speed, quality, stack, and Titan. Yeah, melee's broken. Nerf melee. Was he doing some weapon swap shit? What is this? There's no mapping gameplay though. Bro, who makes a video without mapping showcase? Who cares for boss damage? Well, the casual, you have every build of one shots bosses in PoE 2. That's the issue. It'd be more impressive if your build couldn't one shot the boss, honestly. You should surround your hideout, not on PoE 2. New breach amulets, and they're pretty broken. Dude, this shit looks so trash. You gotta guide your spirit into a strong box. All right. When are they gonna give up on Wisp? Wisp need a rework, to be honest. Like, when are they give up on this mechanic? I'm gonna farm Simu. I mean, I'm thinking Breach if it actually prints good gear. What to see though. Is only rings and amulets? No, it's also belts. Didn't they show? Also, rings and amulets are the like most expensive pieces in PoE too, next to weapons, right? So that's not a bad thing. Belt, ring, amulet, breachstone. No, that's belts as well. But like rings and amulets are the best pieces in PoE, so I mean, they're expensive. Like imagine if you can print spirit, or imagine if you can like print like +3 amulets. You just make bank. Is Discord down? Yeah, Discord's having issues. I'm pretty sure. Oh, my whole Discord's not even working for my Discord. Walmart strat, yeah. But we don't know how good these are gonna roll, right? Like it really depends. But I think Breach is pretty potent. Ritual is pretty potent because you get uniques. Yeah, like Delay might be too hard early on. Who knows what they're gonna do? But you can combine it, right? You can do Delay plus Breach. No reason why you can't. Anything new for Abyss? As far as I know, Abyss stays exactly the same, but it has a new Pinnacle boss. Telly track record. They nerfed the pull-out trend Abyss. They nerfed that mid-patch. Voices? I mean, yeah, how rare a voice is going to be. The thing is with voices, I think even the basic one's going to be rare. Because even the basic one is like best in slot, right? Like, you're 1 jewel slot for 2. It's like, yeah, okay, it's free. Which one does the voices? Where's voices on here? Over here. Yeah, it's 0 downside. It's not like Poe 1 of voices where it's like, you know, there's a real opportunity cost. It's like to use a voice, to use a good 8 passive, to use a 12 passive, right? There's no downside. Everyone uses this, every single build. So it's literally free. Every single build will use this if you can afford it. Yeah, Sigil's the name of the jewel socket. They showed it in the live stream. It's regular jewel sockets. It's on your character. Yes, I mean, I think even the basic 2 socket one is going to be expensive because it's literally every single build will use this. You know, I mean, I would say it's the most broken item in PoE because it's literally every single build. There's no reason why you would ever not use this. It's gonna be a rare drop for sure. It doesn't matter, it doesn't scale to Dorn. Because you use so many unique tools anyway, you just pull unique tools in here. These accounts only. Like if you look at yes, I can go on PoE2 real quick. Like my current Blood Mage Dorn build, right? I still use like 4 unique tools. Unique tools are powerful. I'm using Heart of the Well. Like, you always use Heart of the Well every single build. Very powerful. Also have, I probably have at least 1 more unique jewel. I also have a Dorn. Yeah, you can put a Dorn in there, right? So you could put a Dorn in there. You could put a Heart of the Well in there, and you could put a Maven Jewel in there. That's still unique jewels. But you can't put Against the Darkness in there because it needs to be radius. From nothing, yeah. Mega, oh yeah, Mega. Put Mega in there. The D4 Reddit post, yeah, I saw it. It has too much content. Hamlet Shield's nerfed? No, what? It is limited to 1 voices, that's what it says. Then it should as well. Yeah, I'm just excited. I feel like even Maximum will be a lot more fun. There's so much more like customization with crafting. It's like twice as many crafting options before, it feels like. New annoyance, new modifiers and items, new jewels, like yeah, Seraph's time to shine. There's a lot of power coup for sure. Bow is nerfed. Dude, it's 2 weeks until patch notes, man. Fuck me. I wish I could. I'm not doing 2 weeks of campaign practice. That sounds fucking terrible. I might do a couple here and there, but yeah. And there's no way they don't touch Armor Explosion, Heart of Ice. I feel like that probably has to be nerfed by now. Load up one right now? I really want to log into PoE2 and play. Holy dude. Cosplay. Dude, campaign practice in PoE2 just is like... It makes you not like want to log in, you know what I'm saying? I just hate how slow you are so early on. You're so slow. Are we low on 0.5? Waiting for patch notes. But I'm probably, like, to be honest, I'm likely to play a bow build. Unless something new interesting comes up in patch notes. Unless the patch notes are insane, because PoE2 is still the same issue, guys. Half the classes don't go fast. Like, we gonna load up Warrior and we got 20% MS in maps? No. Like, spell characters early on have no movement speed. They also have 20% MS. The bone shadow movement is so trash. I don't like it whatsoever. There's a reason why they never show bone shatter showcases on average maps. They only show it on good maps. Because bone shadow on the average map is trash. It looks it's not good. I don't like it. I hate it. Yeah, monk is not bad. But the new monk challenge can walk slowly instead of standing still. Is that confirmed somewhere? Bro, no, you're actually move skill. And it's my problem with spell characters. I like Can't speak. I like spell caches in PoE. They're actually kind of fun to play, but they don't have any fucking movement early on. So you're just so slow. And it feels so bad. It's been my main issue at PoE too. If you don't play right side of the tree at League start, you just feel so slow. Like essentially Merc, Ranger, Monk, right? If you're not playing one of those three on League start, you're just slow. It kind of sucks. Eating Contagion is fine. Yeah, Eating Contagion is fine, but it's still slow. That's my point. You're moving at 25% MS. You have no MS nodes to click. And that's your League start. And that just doesn't feel good to play. Alright, Demon Form is fast. That is true. Demon Form is pretty fast. So last league doesn't count. We had issues. But thankfully, the right side of the tree has a lot of classes now. Or ascendancies. Not starting warrior. I mean, it's like I can't really decide because I need patch notes. Like, I don't know. Maybe they changed everything in patch notes. Maybe they add a bunch of MS nodes to Witch area, and now it's like pretty fast. Probably not, but top 5 build video tomorrow. Pathfinder. I mean, Pathfinder's getting nerfed, right? Okay, if they don't nerf Pathfinder, I'm playing Pathfinder. That shit feels so good to play. Immune to slow, cannot be knocked down. Pathfinder feels so good to play. Pathfinder RF minion staff. But they're probably nerfing it. Like, I would assume Poison Burst is being nerfed because it was meta last league and they always balance off of what's meta. Pathfinder might get nerfed because it was meta last league. Including the gloves, maybe, yeah. You can play without the gloves, though. Is a 0% chance Poison Burst gets nerfed? 0%, huh? That confident? Oh yeah, Blood Mage is already being nerfed because they're nerfing Leech, but it probably will get more nerfs. The GG triple tap. The Leech nerf is massive for Blood Mage. Like, that's actually a massive nerf to Blood Mage. Because currently on Blood Mage, how this class works is you're regenerating like 100,000 life per second. And you can only sustain that because of current Leech mechanics. You cannot sustain that next league. Like, if you see my life during Temple, it fucking goes like 1 HP to insta full constantly because of Blood Magic plus Comet. So, Blood Mage is already being heavily nerfed. You can't instantly sustain your Comet with current builds, at least. Yeah, one Leech mechanic. New Leech sounds so whack. Yeah. I feel like GG doesn't know what to do with Leech. I mean, this one feels good, but it's also an issue of sustain, right? Like life regen's a mod in this game. Yet if you had every single piece with life regen on it, it's still worse than Leech. So I'm not really sure what their plan is. Their damage on this right now is sick. The challenge comment. And still in channel your attacks. Allow you to move slowly while channel it. Ah, it's still so jank, man. Unless it's not that slow. Like, it would have to be like negative 30% reduction or something. Anything more than that, it's just way too slow for mapping. I mean, the original idea of standing still in channel is ridiculous. No one's gonna stand still and fucking channel, man. Be okay for ritual, I guess. The temple get nerfed? Yes. You can't sneak anymore. They also nerf some strats. Temple's like temple is just gonna be for currency. The unique currency it gives. Yeah, the bell stuff and gloves looks potentially strong. Put the bell on the back, always hits. And the new gloves look quite powerful. I mean, 60% adds extra on gloves by itself. Is quite a good stat. Put the bell in the bag. What if you channel flicker? It shouldn't work because the clones need their own source of charges. So you'll be flickering with 0 charges, which is not that strong. Unless you have a way to guarantee generate charges on them. Is Discord down? Yeah. Is it a bow league? I mean, who knows? I'm down to play bows again because there's no new class. I don't really mind. I'm not sure what they could do in patch notes to convince me to play other stuff. I mean, honestly, if they make Sork faster, I guess. I hate a lot of... I don't know, dude. I feel like spell characters... I don't like spell characters that have gear. ED Contagion feels good early on. But like we're expecting a lot of changes in patch notes. Didn't they say during the Q&A that the patch notes are big? I forgot what they said exactly. Yeah, the single target is man ED Contagion. It's just like a progression based build. No, they did say something during the Ziggity interview. They said, because Ziggity acts like, oh, it's not gonna be that much balance this patch because there's a lot of endgame work, and they're like, no, the patch notes are still big or something. I forgot what they said exactly. Maybe I can check the interview. Oracle, yeah, Oracle is still really, really strong. I'm a big Oracle fan. It's too bad it's top left of the tree though, so kind of either forced into like a spellcaster or a druid. At least until Templar comes. The Ziggy motherfucking D. All right, where do you say this? Balance. Oh, I mean, wait, right here?
Yeah. We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of...
It'd be impossible to find this. Wrong video? Oh, 5 months ago. Whoops.
We just had a...
Yeah, okay, there's no way I can find this, dude. There's no timestamps. The transcript? How do you look at the transcript on YouTube? Description. There's a button. What do I need to ask? Patch notes? Balance? It's almost balance talk though. What do you even ask? First say hello? When did they talk about what? Fuck. You must say hello. I'm not saying hello. Next about hantavirus. No, I just don't know how to type because it's a long video. So if I don't be specific, like it's not gonna be correct. Balance patch notes, maybe. See. Oh, interesting. The balance meta.
Between
we do,
and,
yeah, exactly, and we do have a big list of stuff we want to change there. Like
it is a list,
which isn't to say that we didn't do some balance for this.
I expected you to do almost none on this one.
Yeah, this is it.
No, there's definitely some. There's some important ones too.
Which we'll cover a few of those.
Got like some Chronomancer stuff. There's we're doing a bunch of stuff, but honestly, it just is as much as we can. To be honest, like we're not sitting idly not doing it. But
yeah, you got it correct.
I understand that there's a few things, which I assume you're going to bring up a couple others that are left unresolved, and
certainly,
hopefully, maybe one of them's resolved. We'll see.
Well, the next one was Rarity, reprising our earlier discussions on Rarity from the last Q&A, where you were saying that you were eager to at some point.
Thank you.
I am interested in doing that. It's still a question of what we can replace it with, but there is one other change to talk about around that is a bit more subtle, and I don't know whether it will matter or not. But one of the things we identified, I mean, look, the thing people often say with Rarity is they just don't want it to give currency.
Yeah,
that's like a common thing that they'll say. Like people who say they want to keep Rarity, they'll often say, "Oh, but it should. You could just remove the currency from it, and then it'll be okay." So what we were thinking about is like, there's a sort of market dynamic that goes on in PoE 1, but hadn't been going on in PoE 2 so much, where people couldn't really respond in PoE 2 to the market by like picking the reward.
Yeah, so who knows how big the patch note's going to be. What does it say about Tota? It might not even be in for 1.0. Who knows? Spotify playlist? No, I don't have one. Song? It's from Expedition 33. The GOAT. What? Expedition 33. Yo, pal, you still here? Any actors today? No, not today. New in-game build thing? I was saying, unless they start early releasing the tree, you can't even use it on league start. Because we don't have the tree until like 10 hours before league start. So it's not even usable until like second build type of deal. What is Johan Lincoln? You need to seek help. Okay. That'd be good for second builds and stuff. And it should be interrogated into like MOBA and Maxwell and all that, right? As they said. So I'll still get my money. What's your initial take after seeing all this? I think it's very good changes. I still wish, and I made a Twitter post about it, but I still wish those tablet changes because I really dislike PoE2 tablets. PoE2 tablets are so much worse than scarabs. Tablets get not even close, Fyro. They're substantially worse. You can't roll your tablets. So the way you play the game, you have to buy tablets one by one from other players. And then you have to roll your tablets and then sell your good tablets because you're not using them because you're not doing that strat. It's so annoying. You have to constantly buy them. It's so AIDS. If there was a way to roll tablets, you know, if you had a Chaos Orb that rolled all the modifiers. But it's like everything's... The strats you're doing are balanced around the tablets you can use. So it's like you can't just do tablet and go. That's Alk and go, right? You want to juice, you have to buy the tablets with the correct mods because you're not rolling them yourself. Which is why I dislike them. I just don't want to like trade all the time for juice, that's all. And tablets are currently a mechanic where you have to trade constantly. You can't really roll them yourself. I mean, obviously scarabs can be improved, but I just like the fact that scarabs I can just buy and go, and there's no hassle. Well, the issue, like, get it, you can roll your tablets, but the other issue with that is that you end up having to sell half your tablets because they roll for like a different strat that you aren't doing. You know what I mean? Like if you're doing the Abyss Exile farm for jewels, you want different tablets than the Abyss raw currency farm. So like you end up rolling tablets for other strats, which means you have to price check every single tablet and then sell it and then go buy the tablets you need. It's like, it's just a big hassle. I like Scarabs way better than the current tablet system. Just because it's way less of hassle. It's just less hassle. You can 3-to-1 them. Yeah, you think 3-to-1 in tablets is fun? Oh boy, I love using the 3-to-1 crafting bench in this game. Hasn't been fixed yet. The Reforged bench. So bad, dude. You get so much tablets? That's not the point. If you guys like not played Poe 1, like just look at the difference between rolling tablets in this game versus buying scarabs in Poe 1, and it's fucking massive. One is 10 times less annoying. It might be tablets only adds content and pluses from tablets. I mean, if that's how it works, I'm down for that. I'm under assumption that tablets are still going to have rare modifiers. I mean, they still have rare modifiers. We know this because of the reveal. I mean, it's literally right here. Double effective precursor tablets. Like... Wait, it doesn't have modifiers. Like, what do you double if it has no modifiers, you know? Discord down, yeah. Alterations. I honestly rather tablets go back to being magic. Rare tablets just cause too much of an issue when you cannot roll them in the first place. I mean, shit mods and tablets. I mean, it has nothing to do with shit mods. You could have tablets where every tablet mod is useful, but there's different strats, right? So what you want to roll for is different, which is why you can't really roll for the tablets you want. You have to buy them because it's like, you know, you need like 3 specific modifiers. You can't really roll that. You just have to buy it, and then you got to buy it one by one because no, it's like the thing. You also have to buy it one by one because one person's not gonna have 20 tablets of the exact thing mods you want. So it's like you go through 20 different load screens, get 20 different tablets, and then you can start playing the game. Tablets are bad. They can be vastly improved. I was actually hoping tablets would be gone. I was like watching the reveals, like, oh, they removed tablets because like there's dedicated zones now. No, tablets still in the game. Yeah, we have a tablet tab, fragment stuff and all that. Price check each one. Yeah, that's another annoyance. On Infinite Ocean, I'm pretty sure Infinite Ocean you still use tablets. No, there's still maps. You can chaos spam tablets. Dude, you know how inefficient that is for cost in this game when the chaos orb only rolls a single modifier? Yeah, chaos orbs aren't cheap. I made that cheap this patch for the temple, but that's not going to be next patch. Next patch, chaos orbs going to go back to normal price. I don't know. They can just be so much better. That's all I'm saying. Tablets can be so much better than what they are currently and way less of a hassle. My main thing about endgame, and I'm very consistent about this, I just don't want a CBT endgame. I just want like, I just get my juice, I just do maps, and I just have fun. I don't want to sit there rolling maps. I don't want to sit there rolling tablets. I don't want to sit there on trade to play the game. I just want to enter maps with good juice and have fun. Right, that's I'm very consistent about this. All the outside map busy work is just burnout, right? It always causes burnout every single time. Still your maps. Yeah, good thing they fixed the map prep last league. SSF fixed a lot of the issues. Yeah, I just don't find fun though without trade. Trade is what makes fun. Like finding a cool item for me is only cool because I can sell it. Like if I find an item and I can't sell it and I'm not going to use it, there's no interest for me. Johan, you gotta calm down. I mean, I don't mind random maps. Like, I honestly have no issue with the random maps. My whole thing with the random maps, though, is that if you are going to have random maps, then every layout should be good. My personal belief, you cannot have bad layouts if we are forced to do random maps. That's my opinion on it. It was like, I play TLI, and TLI is random maps, and I don't mind. Because every single TLI map you do in the correct region is good. I don't mind doing any of those map layouts. It's like it works when it's actually done correct and properly. But if you like intentionally put in bad maps like Meyer, it feels bad to play. Don't need to goon. I'm pretty sure Joe has a girlfriend. This guy's just a non-stop gooner. She does a terrible job. Favorite maps? I mean, there's so many things they can do. And I can't say why they don't do it. Because at the end of the day, no matter what, if you're forced to run bad layout maps, you do get burned out and you quit playing, right? It happens. Like, oh, you enter a mire, you enter a molten vault, you're like, okay, I'm just done. I'm logging out. And that just doesn't feel good. Yeah, run a lot of bad maps just makes you hate the game. And I don't does GG like not understand that part? Because I understand it very well. Running bad map to bad map to bad map just feels so bad, dude. I mean, I always get that feedback every patch. Oh no, I just want to have fun. That's all. Like, at the end of the day, I just want to have fun. And there's always a few things in PoE 2 that make you not have fun. Because of, like, I don't know, the vision or whatever they want to call it. When it gets to random bad maps, use the master point to make a random map. I mean, that's true. But we all know this will get tedious, right? Every single time you get to a bad map, oh, time to swap masters, run a bad map, okay, time to swap back. And if you don't remember to swap back, well, then you run another random map. It will get tedious. I already know it will. Go all your bad maps in a row? You can't. That's not how the endgame works anymore. Like how the endgame works, right? And I assume how every the mechanics don't work like this, pretty similar. Is that you place, show it here. What is it? We're in the hair, right? Yeah, it's this. You place down your lead mechanic and it enhances the maps near it, right? So like you cannot save your bad maps because you have to clear this first. So you place it on, you place it on a area that has at least hopefully good maps. The one thing I thought about instantly though with this, I haven't mentioned this yet, but this could also create a cancer meta. Because notice how this doesn't touch completed maps. So what if you purposely go around and make uncompleted maps so it can't be touched, and then you put on a map and it only gets good maps? You know what I'm saying? That's something I instantly thought about, and that might be the meta. That sounds ass. I mean, that's what you got to think about when making these designs. How I waste my time? You don't want to do a Delirium Mire? It takes like 10 seconds to do this. Like, doing a uncompleted map, all you gotta do is put in a map. You don't even have to enter the map. So all you would do, right? What the meta would be, you would take out whatever, garbage maps. They can be tier 1s. You would put it in. Okay, map attempted, go next. Map attempted, go next, right? And then you put down your Deadly Fog. And then presumably the Deadly Fog should not affect any of the map attempts. That's probably how you're going to want to do it. Need a grand project? I mean, yeah, but those are cheap. And there's towers everywhere. Why don't you go to the temple? They were cheap before temple too. They've never been expensive. They're a common tablet. As for Delhi, we don't know how every mechanic's working. Because the breach one, from what they showed, the breach one is like an area you place down, it looks like. They didn't go over it exactly like this. Yeah, you place down a breach stone, and the breach stone is the whole area. Yeah, breach one looks unavoidable. The Delhi one you can manipulate, but we don't know how like the Abyss one works. The ritual one doesn't really matter. Ritual's not really matter for layouts. And Expedition seems to be its own thing. So Fubgun's build.
Hey, bro, this is a level 11 item. That means I could buy this for like 1 exalt early. I don't know if it's gonna be Warbringer. Is it gonna be Warbringer? Bro, there's no way Fubgun is gonna figure out how to play Unbound. Bro, that guy doesn't even know how block works in the game, man.
Bro, I like block.
Get out of here, man.
Wait, dude, is he stealing my bow build? Listen, I already talked about it stealing this bow modifier, right? This is my build. Go play your little cat paws, all right? Go play your little talismans. I'm stealing this modifier. I'm placing it on a good bow. We're using this. Assuming it works. How does block work? Block works exactly like evasion in this game. The only difference is when you block, you still count as getting hit. When you evade, you don't count as getting hit. Yeah, works crafting. Without reduction in temporalis. Wait, that is no, you can't. It's expedition uniques only. All right, keep that in mind. It's new uniques only from expedition. Assuming you can steal that mod. You can't do temporalis. I mean, I can find it to reveal. Does anyone remember when they talk about it? They talk about it in the reveal real quick because they show it. I don't remember when they talk about it though. XAI. Oh, true. Wait, there's no Gemini here. Oh no, there is. What was it called? Orlap's Legacy. Let's type that in. No measurement item called. Okay. Transfer uniques. Rune Fortune. Update. That's not it. No, these aren't it. No, it's guys. It's not in the Q&A because it's an image. They showed it during the reveal. We wouldn't have the image otherwise. So it's somewhere in the reveal. I just don't remember where it's at. I guess I can like speed it up. Only 2x? Premium gets 3x?
Runic Ward is a new resource that protects your body until your life can return. It's entirely more than just a defense. It can also fuel them with Runic Ward, wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell their allies to more complicated mechanics like and they can use knowledge.
I'm not sure it's an in-game.
To reforge unique weapons. Not just low-level uniques. 100 new runes of several different outcomes. Now they're using it. You could combine a weapon with all three elements in your item.
When they show it, man.
Using regular metal that which kind of has been destroyed.
Not this. 8 new runes? No. Fuck, dude. I can't. I don't want to watch an hour 20 again. It's somewhere in here. They talk about it. I don't remember when, though. What am I looking for? This. They showed it during the reveal and they talked about it briefly. I don't remember when in the reveal though. They only told us in the Q&A. There's literally an image. This cannot be from the Q&A. This is from the reveal. Distract rune. I think this is it. No. It can't be, guys. I literally just said it can't be an identity to you.
There is also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket. On
Yeah, it's not it. I don't know where it is in the video though. Give some context, dude. I don't know what to type. You found it?
Like, what's...
Okay, no, this is the cute video, but it's okay. It's not what I'm looking for though.
What's going on with that?
It's called Olroth's Legacy, and it's a rune that you can place in Ezomite and Kalgurin uniques to destroy.
What's Ezomite? Ezomite just a new lead mechanic?
Destroy the unique, and it takes one of the mods off of it and creates a unique rune.
What?
With a slightly modified value sometimes, because obviously, and then you can put that in the same item class of a. I
don't even know about this system. What the systems just keep coming out of the
There's just so many crazy crafting things going on. But it was kind of like, well, when we were designing the league, we're like, okay, we've got Kalgurans. Like, what kind of crazy crafting and magic systems would Kalgurans have, like that would be different than the stuff that's going on in Rayclast? And so, you know, the whole magic system is based around like
same item class. Yeah, so use on the same bow. I'm just saying, dude, that bow with the rune, that's the move. If you can actually take the mod off of here. Yeah, wait, what just counts Ezomite in PoE? Wait, I know Kalgurin. I'm not sure this bow counts. We'll have to wait and see. I hope so. Ezomite's Act 1 people. This is an Act 1 bow. Quill Rain. I mean, dude, okay, there's no way we can still 100% increase attack speed from Quill Rain, right? Without the downside. Like, there's gonna be some restrictions on this. That'd be so broken. Double attacks with your bow, no downside. The data below, what do you mean? The 11.5? No. Yeah, this is Ezomite unique. These are all Ezomite uniques. mods would change values. Do they?
Like, what's going on with that?
It's called Olroth's Legacy, and it's a rune that you can place in Izomite and Kalgurin uniques to destroy the unique, and it takes one of the mods off of it and creates a unique rune.
What?
With a slightly modified value sometimes, because obviously.
Sometimes. All right, so it's one of those things where we won't know how it works, so we actually play with it. That's what it sounds like to me. Who the fuck knows how this works? 100% attack speed rune. You know the cool Ezomite uniques? Oh, you get the minion stuff. Increase reduction in minion attack speed also applies to you. Wait, that's actually really good. Feeling that mod. Slam skills use yourself cause additional aftershock. That's pretty good for slams. 100% attack speed isn't that strong? Yeah, true. I'm sure having a bow base with like 2.5 attacks per second is balanced.
Your item.
The minds of those who step.
You can't affect Hunter. It's only Kalgurin and Ezomite uniques, he said. When is Red LA coming? It's MTX. The Vaughn's lucky block. Well, that's what they said modified. But yeah. I mean, Savon lucky block would be OP. Death Harp? I don't think it's a Kalgurin unique. Double MS boots? I think it's too much speculation on the rune. Know how it actually works until we get more details. Have to wait and see. Talk about plus skills? Nope, it'll be in the patch notes. What class am I starting? I'm waiting for patch notes. Like, if they don't nerf Pathfinder, I want to play Pathfinder again because Pathfinder is so fun. But I assume Pathfinder is being nerfed. But who knows? But it kind of sucks because like I can't even like do anything. Like, you could theory craft builds, but like patch notes will just destroy everything. So Widow Hail's not a Kalgurin unique. You can't use that. It's a ritual unique. Yo, Darth microtransaction. Thanks for the raid. How you feeling the patch, DM? What's your thoughts? We need DM thoughts. I understand all of it and memorize everything instantly. Same. A virtual main. Dude, virtual actually looks fun now, and I'm someone who hates virtual. You somehow wait 3 weeks? Yeah, neither do I. Are you stalling in 3 weeks on PoE? I can't. There's no way I can. It's just 2 weeks of nothing. Oh shit, TBC rating. Oh yeah, Subnautica 2 comes out. I never played the first Subnautica. Wait guys, how long would it take to beat the first Subnautica? Could I beat it before Subnautica 2? It's not super long. 50-20 hours easy. Oh, it's not even that long. I could beat it before Subnautica 2. Well, maybe we do that then. Did we get out of publisher hell? Not sure. I know there's drama surrounding Subnautica 2, but I don't know what the result was, what TLDR is. Would be funny to watch. I'm fearless in horror games. I don't know if you guys know me. I'm fearless. The devs won, from what you understand. Oh, that's good then. Subnautica's IQ check. I'll be easy then. The only thing Fub fears is not dropping loot in an ARPG. I mean, yeah, I could do Subnautica. I do want to replay Bloodborne. That's on PC. Bloodborne is kind of the goat. One of the goats. I bet Fub also fears having a job. What do you mean? I work daily. I'm working right now, actually. Bloodborne's on PC. It's a mod. The parents a very good mod, too. Fub only fears bow nerfs. Fub fears turning 30. All buffs. You guys remember this? All classes buffed. Every single class. Can't wait for the sword shadow drop in 3 weeks. Yeah, same dude. It's gonna be insane when they shadow drop sword. You guys excited for the sword release in 3 weeks? Flails. Am I jealous of Talkative Try? Yes. He found Jesus and I haven't. Wait, let me get this part again. Hold up.
the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby. A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside. Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone.
Is this only one area, or is this...
and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold.
It's not just one area, because you get multiple breach stones, right?
But without Hive Blood, the tree has withered. To get Hive Blood,
it's just
you'll
a
need to
quest
take
line.
advantage of another new...
Look at that loot. Dude, I feel like GG does like a disservice of showing off stuff. Because like, it's just like a bunch of junk, you know? Like, oh wow, we dropped 10 white items here. Why don't you just use a loot filter?
In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht. These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis Tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn. Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each side...
Here. Splinters. Yeah, so you always get splinters.
And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion. Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the land, but
Are these just like multiple throughout the Atlas? It's not just a one-time thing, right? I'm just curious how this works. How do you want to do Breach? They didn't really explain it. Random procs. There is more.
Constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives.
Walls.
Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame,
They show up all the time at the Atlas? Okay.
these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive.
You missed a lesson jeweler orb?
These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can. But your real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world. Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you'll need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold.
God, I can't wait to impregnate the tree. I'm gonna birth so many items. Yeah, voices some deadly. Birth mechanics finally here in Po 2.
Once and for all. Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find
Jung's the mother.
other breach domains on the Atlas.
Oh, yeah, they say it right here. Okay, okay. Well, it's good to rewatch this stuff. Dude, it was just so much information. I just don't remember like every single little detail.
Once you've completed the quest.
Also, they didn't say anything about corruption zones. Like, what's this? What the fuck's this? What is this icon? It's on a corrupted zone. What does that mean? I don't know. The Oriani quest line? Is that even a place with the new one? Then they said the new one's how you get all the quest points. Well, Atlas points. Who knows? Yeah.
Version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives, and defeat the breach lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing breach pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery. While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause breach hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas.
100% chance.
And this one will give Aelith additional abilities.
Alright, so you just never take this one. Got it. Fuck the walls, man.
And this one will give
Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for
Wait, so has Isleth not aged? It's been 20 years.
way more items. There are also nodes that allow you to control your
Lineage support.
rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage
The
supports to the
Immortal.
Marshal of Zesh.
It's not real.
Or this one, which lets you control which womb
She gets reborn when she dies. He's getting rebirthed.
gifts you will get.
How many points are here? So yeah, so these keystone ones are like the multiple choice ones, and these aren't. There's actually a lot more points here. Also, what does this mean by 30 out of 30? It only has 1 point in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 notables. I wonder how many you can spec into. It's like way bigger than we currently have. Right now we have like what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Oh, no, 8. Yeah, we only have 8 right now. So it's like doubled. Yeah, it says he has 30 points.
There's also...
But... Wait, so you get the whole tree?
womb gifts you will get.
Why do you skip 7? Yeah, Karin, you looking swords? What's your League Star plan? Cyclone Slayer? Hey, Fove. Hey, if it is 30... 14, 15, 16... No, it's like you can't get the full cheer at 30. Because there's like 32 nodes. Swords. The breeding program? Yeah, I'm starting the breeding program. It has a lot more choices though. You did do a lot, that's where it's from. You not see it, Rod?
There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesh to drop his...
Big nodes may cost more.
Control which womb gifts you will get.
Yeah, maybe. Really clarified.
There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesh to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for.
Grasping male.
Rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
Putting a ring on his finger make us happy? That's kind of like a girlfriend, right? Or boyfriend? The cock ring? Can you pause? I need to take a piss. Fubgun, I'm once again asking you to bless us with a godlike build guy as always. Petax 2 is a difficult game, and people are in dire need of a build. Alright, Bobby, I got you.
So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches, hive encounters.
What do you think the state of remnants and infusions? I don't like it. I'm not a fan of infusions.
And hiveborn incursions on the Atlas. But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well. Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next.
When you first complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear. She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few words, beckoning you to come to the Wildwood.
Few words. Oh, you get like +2 wice this patch. Be sick.
ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there.
Pump and dump the market. Scuba. Guys, type in scuba, see what happens.
In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless. The rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter.
Okay, so this is actually 100%, right? I'm gonna make sure I understand this correctly. You just carrying her? I mean, sure.
Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere.
I mean, it should be continue repeatable because that's the ritual mechanic.
He was granted it by an ancient being.
So it's every time you fill up the ritual bar down below, you do the fight, and then it procs the nearby maps having the special modifiers.
King of Darkness, known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, and defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name. But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute. But if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into currency instead. You can also sometimes get offered specific items that will be added as rewards. So in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A difficult decision, I'm sure.
That difficult decision, yeah. 5C or Mage Blood? Mega Blood. Get severe FOMO. Always 5C. Can't just Mage Blood compete with Headhunter? It has to give speed, right? If Mage Blood has to give speed to compete. If it doesn't give speed, then it won't compete. That's the only way it competes with Headhunter. Yeah, Mark said Mage Blood's insane. We'll see what that means, though. Drops over. I'm moving my title. Drops ended like an hour ago. If you missed out, you missed out. You can't get Aziri bathwater. Who else has Aziri bathwater in the house? I mean, in the hideout. +1 belt slot. Oh yeah, I had a house. Look. Oh, I guess I can't show now. Yeah, I wish you could have 2 wells. Because I want to put my Aziri bathwater down, but it's too big. You missed out on your Aziri bathwater?
Hey.
What's it called? Red? Yeah. Not enough room. Wait, what? There we go. You guys missed out if you didn't get this. You missed out. Become a duelist. Yeah, why did they give it Aziri fishnets? She didn't have that before. Why not? And they gave her bare feet. Like, bro, this is literally gooning to the max. Wonder why Johan isn't Typhon. If you play Blood Mage, you get to activate it when you want. It's pretty good. Yeah, this is Zaki's doing for sure. Pay to win? You guys are free when Twitch drops. Raven RF, I think it's cool. I hope it's good. There's 2 variants. Yeah, the second variant sucks though. Like, what's this? She has clothes on? Clothes? Oh. Like. Worse. JKL, what are you typing? Only 2 boobs? Yeah. Ivan.
How can I help?
I won Temple? I can't fry my dopamine before the next week comes out. Bad. If you guys are doing Temple, stop. It's not good for you.
Now, as this is one continuous ritual, the encounters in the next map won't start from scratch. They contain all the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map.
Like, this is badass, dude.
Harder and harder. And that includes the
You fight like 5 bosses at once. Dude, I feel like Ritual might be so fun next patch.
map boss too. You will need to defeat both map bosses in the final encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward, and add another map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete.
Yeah.
It will take 5 maps in all, and will be an incredible challenge. But once complete, you can return to the Wildwood to perform the final rite. Transfer your name to the effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless King, and enter the prison. Now, of course, once the Pinnacle boss is complete, the League doesn't end there. As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the King in the Mists for another audience.
Yeah.
Pick another forest to begin the rite of the Nameless once
More
more.
Divine Orb. You laughing at Kalandra. There is no new class in this patch.
And this time with a harder Pinnacle boss and new unique items to find. Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas
No
tree.
new class yet.
Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood.
This is 31 points, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. This is like 36 points though. So can you like every single point, but like a couple? Or are the big nodes going to take like more points? They didn't really say how it's going to work. Because 31 is so awkward. That's such an awkward point count. Like 31, huh?
And you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the Rite of the Nameless, like this one, which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6?
I mean, 31 is not enough for all the points in that tree. No, it wasn't a breach tree. Aren't you pushing 31? I'm still in my 20s. I mean, the Calgarian skills, if you played PoE 1, they're like Val skills. That's the vibe I get from it.
Or this one, which makes maps during the rite have more reward mods, often having 2. You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter. There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear.
The boss Atlas tree seems to be gone and kind of baked into the normal Atlas tree. What they showed.
Okay, so that's ritual. But let's have a look at what this means for in-game content as a whole for Path of Exile 2. When you include the expedition changes made by the League, we have a total of 5 new in-game storylines, each of which has a hub, crafting systems,
Stories,
areas
more
to explore,
quests.
NPCs, and a pinnacle boss as a capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly, you now have immediate quests.
They talked about Trial of the Ancestor in the Q&A. It's not ready, and it might not be ready for 1.0 either. So, yeah. Don't get your hopes up.
As soon as you arrive at the endgame, and goals with obvious progressions that you can see how to finish. Each in-game questline has a progress bar that you can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any...
Yeah, like the points is so weird. 31 points, 35 points, one's 38. Expedition boss defeated. This shit is 4 expedition bosses too. But I guess that's the only way you progress expeditions to the bosses, right? Yeah. Enigma Chamber. I see the Enigma Chamber and the Patriarch and Matriarch is the new core thing. What the names are. 38 temple points. It re-enables Snaken. There's gonna be a note in the tree. Enable Snaken.
time. This shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them. Overall, it's just... This shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them.
You know what I want? We should get boat MTX, and you see your boat every time you do expedition. The hub. Wait. Yeah, it's 2 weeks until patch notes, so yeah, it fucking
Overall,
sucks.
It's just a way better in-game experience with a significant number of fun objectives to complete. But just in case you didn't have enough goals, we did have one other thing that you might want to complete this league.
Yeah?
These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges? Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to
It's only 8 though, which is different than Po 1. 8 sounds so easy to complete.
the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove that you are in.
Yeah, it's like I don't even want to do like campaign. Like I might do some campaign stuff here and there before patch notes, maybe do a couple of runs, but it's like, man, I don't even want to do it because like I don't know what I'm playing. If I don't know what I'm playing, I lose motivation to play, right? It's like we need patch notes.
Indeed the best. We haven't done these yet in Path of Exile 2, but it's time to change that. If you're able to complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Alder armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one, anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess. In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've...
I'm gonna complete all challenges, every league, and all the statues. Make it for my Po 1 loss. Get to level 100. I think the set looks fine for being free. I don't have an issue with the set. I think the helmet, you just don't use the helmet.
You've completed. You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges.
You move into a new apartment the week of release. I'm pretty sure Ben's going on vacation 4 days into Po 2 launch.
And the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new Ascendancy classes as well. But to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As Jonathan said, we have 2 new classes to show you today, the Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist.
They haven't, I guess they haven't revealed it yet, all the Ascendancy nodes, right? Maybe next week. Did it say there'll be more teasers to come before launch? I'm curious what else they show. And streams 3 months for a year?
Let's start with the...
That's what Po 2 does to you. Jung is sick the first week, on vacation the second week. Yup.
Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity with the Asmerian animal spirits. She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing. On the bottom part of the class, you will find paths for each wisp you would
I feel like this class is literally just for twisters.
like to commune with. be they primal, vivid, or wild.
Our eyes are crazy
Each
and like
one can
crazy
give you
girls.
different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear.
Did Ben watch Poe 2 stuff? Yeah. I think Sushi. I don't think Sushi has watched Poe 2 reveal. This guy hates the game. See this? Yeah. I like watching the video.
Each ability.
Let me see. Sushi didn't watch the reveal at all, right? And he's streaming. He's just playing Poe 1. This was yesterday. Nope, he just played Poe 1. Okay.
You can put that.
It gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack. The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed
That barrage speed is so fast, though.
of your next skill.
It's literally
And the
just for
extra
twisters, man.
projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill,
You do have to dodge roll to activate it, though. It's kind of lame.
which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill. And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies. Now you can specialize more into each of these wisps. But if you want to combine all three of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked. The power of the sacred wisps. This node is free and enhances the quality of all three of your spirit animals. Your bear will take some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies. And your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as idolatry.
I think this class is pretty interesting. Class are gonna be very, very gifted in builds. I need all three 8 ascendancy points. Well, all three is only 6 ascendancy points, so yeah. Idolatry. Companion build? Yeah. He has crazy eyes. Stancher eyes.
Has developed an affinity.
That's the Huntress. Oh, the monkey just one-shots everything. You know what I'm saying? You saw a monkey just one-shots the boss. What's the build? Wait till patch notes. No one knows anything until patch notes. Like, what if they just destroy bows in a patch notes and we can't play bows? Who knows? What you see before getting a one-shot. I'm Jungle Rune. I don't only play bows, alright? I'm down to play Spellcaster, but I feel like they're gonna nerf Demon Girl. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see what the patch notes bring. I'm hoping we can tame Aziri. I don't think you can tame her. On patch notes, 21st. She tames you. She puts you on a leash. Thoughts? You can only tame map bosses? Yeah, probably. But also, like, Zero's not even a beast. Is there even any as beast pinnacle bosses? New one? Yeah, what if you can tame Count Gunnar? You turn into a wolf, you tame him. Where does that fall on the side of ethics? Tame Viper, she's a snake.
Effect and bypassing its cooldown. When fighting a boss, let a bunch of the fragments spawn.
Dude, this spear art looks sick.
And then just unleash your divine havoc.
60k damage?
Obliterating them. Last, but not least, we have a new unique jewel. Voices.
This thing's busted, dude. If I played minions... I'll be honest, that RF build could maybe get insane with how much AoE scaling can get in this game. So who knows? It's like kind of the minion build though. Goth RF, Goth GF RF. You think monk clones can cast Flicker Strike? Yes, but they won't have charges, so it won't be strong. So it probably won't matter. Goth women are overrated. I prefer femboys. Okay, Bobby.
Voices is
Dude, what's with Germans and femboys?
simple. It consumes 1 jewel slot to add more. There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel slots. Equip it and notice the slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center.
This. Where mirrors? Depends how rare it is.
One of the things we are concerned about is how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in each new league. As we learned from Path of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having
voice limited to 1.
elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for.
Sprinting. What new weapons added? 0.5?
For. We'll cover just one example per act for acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these. For example,
add in driving signs to campaign. Yellow paint equals good.
Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now, after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to
Isn't the ritual encounter optional too?
Entrance to Freythorn.
You didn't even do it.
Just follow it and find the source of the evil. You may also find corpses of dead animals, killed and pecked at by the crowbell. You'll notice a trail of blood leading away from them. Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss. We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village. In Act
I needed. Huge, massive, big. I'm sure some of the stuff would be nice. Massive, yep, massive. Now what? We check in. What are other people doing? Hold up. What's Lance doing?
For new league, if you start practice.
Wait, is the whole sensor revealed?
Are people doing practice runs actually?
Wait, where's that? Oh shit, I was looking at Lance stream. Hold up, he's gonna look. He won't see me. Lance is playing minions? He was a minion player. Lance is a no minion player if you guys aren't aware. Wait, what did Rue spin? League of Legends to gold? Dude, there's no way, dude. Has he ever played League before? If he's never played League before, he's not gonna. I don't. Listen, Rue on a mechanical side. You know, do some improvements. He's only played Dota. I mean, he's played Dota. That's some transferable skills. Yeah, but he's never played League before. Guys, if you've never played League before and there's 150 champions and every game you go into there's a new champion you have to learn, like it's rough, man. You don't know what the fuck the champions even do. What's the other options? Divinity, second hardcore run. Elden Ring with DLC. Wait, these are easy. Why do you have to leave with cold on here? You do all horror games? Did he never finish Outlast?
Part of your stream in practice tool last hitting creeps. It is seriously embarrassing watching you miss creeps when there isn't an enemy around. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting my
I'm gonna ban them. You guys ever seen that Quinn clip? No, I don't play League anymore. What did Quinn get to in League? Before he got boosted. Because Quinn played League and he played solo queued and then he got boosted. What was he before he got boosted? He was Iron. I want to see Zero with a better view. So. You haven't played League in 10 years? What the fuck's Iron? They made a rank below Bronze, essentially. That's Iron.
2. In the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the Lightless Caverns and track down the Abyssal. Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks. Just follow them, and it will take you right to their lair, allowing you to find...
Dude, seeing Rue play League would be so funny, though. I hope he commits. You better commit to that.
The Well of Souls. In Act 3, the jungle areas have camps of explorers to...
Oh, dude, stream snipers? I mean, no, it wouldn't be as bad for Rue. It's not like Quinn. Quinn has an insane amount of stream snipers. It shouldn't be bad for Rue. The Quinn stream snipers are pretty bad because he played on fucking Australian realms, so it's so easy to snipe him.
Sell you items. However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point
I'm not
towards the
sure when I'm
next
playing
area.
to patch notes.
Not only that, but it will also reveal it on
Oh,
the minimap.
wait. Because we have Magefoot and PoE 2, we finally get a new sub icon. There we go, finally. Yeah, add it to the belt collection. I think I gotta fix this one though. I think I gotta fix this desecrated belt. No, I don't think it looks that good. Compared to the other ones at least. I'm not sure though. But I can finally add. We have Poe 1 Mage Blood here. We'll finally have Poe 2 Mage Blood to line up.
So you can know exactly where to go. These are just some examples. We plan to do more and more of these over time in order to streamline the experience. Now,
Open Notepad on stream? That's risky. Oh, my Twitter cosplay's on there. Yeah, this doesn't have Prime.
this is an in-game expansion.
It's a music name?
It makes sense that we would work on...
If I open my notepad, it's going to be my video from yesterday. There you go.
Atlas QOL. We've added a search box that updates live as you type. Have a specific map you want to run? Now they will be much easier to find.
I hope this is 250 character search though. If it's 250 characters, you can regex out every single bad map, which would be so nice. Just like post your regex, you're good to go.
If there are multiple maps, hitting enter will move you from map to map.
And then enter.
Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex. And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides. We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them. So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client. Here's how it works.
Hell yeah.
Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format.
Fubgun takes his note on 99% of his builds. Projectile is 22. Not guys. I swear I played one of the projectile builds. It's in the guide. Well, the issue is, and the first thing I thought about this is not usable on League Start unless they start releasing the passive skill tree early. So we can't even use this for League Start. Unless they actually release the passive skill tree early, but they don't do that like ever. Maybe they will change it now. I don't know. Heavy League will have that issue? Yes. Unless they start releasing the passive skill tree early.
Format. A build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear...
This will be nice for like level and and stuff like that. Now you can start reminding people to upgrade their flask.
In the in-game
Upgrade your flask, idiot. Don't forget.
And selecting one will show
Did they mention any tree changes? There's tree changes every league, man. That's just how PoE is.
you everything you
Just
need to
in early
know
access.
to make that build. So you can see all the passives you need to allocate, ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to equip, and...
I mean, even for myself, this would be nice. If I can make it work before League Start. Because I instantly know every single like support and skill gem I need without double checking. It'll just show you.
recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well. For items, the build designer can specify which uniques to use in each slot, or if needed, just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item you need. In fact, build creators can add notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to explain different trade-offs in context, or just give more info about how these things should be used. They can also give level ranges.
You can use it like for reminders for yourself too, like the life flask. Like you could put like levels here, right? Like level 12, 20, 30 to remind yourself that's when you should upgrade your flask. It's like usable stuff like that as well. Like be creative with it.
About how these things should be used. They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations to change over time. Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level.
That's nice too.
Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format. Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily.
Hell yeah.
Control.
Price check next league. Make an audio for us moaning every time we level up. He has Mage Blood equipped? Oh, he does. I didn't even notice. Oh shit, that's kind of slick. The Po2 Mage Blood. I didn't even see that. That's a new subicon. Looks ass. It has to be overpowered. It has to be more than Perma Charms, because Perma Charms is honestly not that strong. It really isn't. So it has to be more than just Perma Charms. It's an empty socket. I don't know what this is. That's for your fishing rod. The Mage Blood socket. It's a cock ring. That'll go like right here. Iced.
Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices. For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we added the ability to enable and disable each mod to market more easily, built into the to add mat. Control Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade and more easily. Control Alt-clicking an item.
Is that a socket? It doesn't look like a socket to me. Yes, the socket? It doesn't look like a socket to me. I think Farmer's gonna bet lands. Farmer got so destroyed last league that now he's just scared to ever face me again. Remember last league? I made Farmer quit day one. Yeah, he learned what he learned. Can't mess with me. He's GF1 you that one stream? Yeah, I have that effect on a woman, you know. You dropped a Hencher? I didn't drop a Hencher, I chanced it. Get that straight. Not only did I chance a Hencher that league, I'm pretty sure I also got that the lucky crit lineage gem on my first try. It was a pretty lucky league start. Is talent be removed? No, it's going core, but it's being nerfed. The slot? We're talking about that. It could be like a Mage Blood effect. Who knows?
Item will now search the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new support packs for Return of the Ancients.
Let's get a character orange glove by MTX. Mage Blood 1000% charm effect. Mage Belt's not gonna be Shrine Belt because they would have made Shrine Belt if it was just Shrine Belt. What sense am I playing Land Hour on this league? I didn't play Land Hour last league. You haven't played Poe 1 is Genesis Tree overpowered? Yes, but the PV2 Genesis Tree would be different. The Poe 1 Genesis Tree prints like all insane gear. Why is your AI so rude? What is this? Asking me to fire out the bikini generator as well when you last find a Twitch message, read like a hate watch diary. Tens of thousands messages of German ship poster cope. You know, yeah, you're a German ship poster. True. You just got mocked by my AI. What does that make you feel about? Interest? I'm not that interested in new Hunters Ascendancy. It's mostly like a minion related stuff. But we'll see. Grenades. Ice shot. The thing is, ice shot's not that good with the ascendancy. How the ascendancy works, and they showed it, is that you get one stack of the owl every 4 seconds, and you have to dodge roll to activate it. Like, it's not good for spammable skills like ice shot. You want to play a skill like Twisters, where you don't spam it and use like once every, 4 or 5 seconds. You're not getting that much power out of it with a skill like Ice Shot because you're constantly spamming it. Unleash spells? I'm not sure how it work with Unleash. Grenades? Yeah, it could work well with grenades. Some grenades. Because they're cooldown base. Snipe. I mean, they might nerf Snipe. A Snipe can one-shot bosses. We'll see what they nerf, though. Yeah, I would have been Arcane Archer, dude. I would have logged into Arcane Archer insta. Patch notes, 21st. So, 2 weeks. New 100 Ascendancy screenshot? Yeah, sure, link it. No, I'm just gonna do Variety Shift for 2 weeks because nothing else to do. Shock magnitude. 362% attack damage at level 20. Man, every 20 meters you only get one of these though? That seems kind of weak. Move 20 meters for 362% attack damage. That's nothing, man. This one seems really bad, honestly. 362 attack damage is like a regular ice shot. That's all you get for every 20 meters. This one seems pretty weak. Unless it can shotgun, because it was multiple stacks. Yeah, if it can shotgun. And where's the video?
Makes the skill truly special by counter and land. You need updates areas, just like I visually done different earlier. Large bonuses for using idle, and the bear simply summons a giant bear companion with the stag, owl. Let's start with the Huntress's new class you would like to commune with. Be they primal, can give you each spin them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes
No, it's supposed to just go forward, right?
when you attack. The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers when you attack.
There's two of them? Yeah, so
spin them.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's PoE rules. Do we know if they both hit the same target, or does it count as shotgun so it doesn't work?
Allows you to summon
Each step.
stampedes when you.
Yeah, but you're not gonna like. Maybe you could potentially overlap it. Man, that's not what you're gonna focus on like each boss though. It's just too much
and
work.
a new ability when you spin them. The stag allows you to summon stampede.
They go pretty far too. I mean, if it's 720% attack damage reliably, that's not as bad, I guess. Man, 20 meters. Why is it 20 meters? I would just like a cooldown instead, because you can't. Like on bosses, shit like bosses, it's pretty bad. Protector. Bear seems whatever, to be honest. Bane still additional attack damage equal to 6% of main hand weapon damage. Considering that buffing companions by 3 times more damage, I guess this could be good. And then Primal Bounty one's good for twisters and shit. +68 proj speed, +2 proj. And you expend it to 3 owl feathers to get 100% more per additional feather. So 6 proj and like what, 200% proj speed? That'll be every 3% faster. That wouldn't be often though. It would be often for twisters. To me, it seems like, yeah, just play twisters. Like I don't know what else you're doing. It's literally just for twisters now. Yeah. All right. I think I am done for today. A little bit of a short stream, but there's not much stalling. I think I'm gonna start doing variety stuff maybe or whatever. Maybe I'll do some campaign runs. But yeah, I mean, it's so far away. We have 2 weeks until patch notes, and then we can start playing the game. And then the week after Po 2 comes out. So, all right, some other plan. Yeah, the most I might do, I might log on PoE 2 and maybe do like a couple campaign runs. Besides that, I'm probably gonna start doing variety stuff. Alright, maybe I'll play Subnautica. The second one comes out soon. I played the first one. Bloodborne could be an Anglo 2, who knows? But yeah.
Base damage, right? And that.
And go Raid Lands. Did I watch Chris Wilson's video? Yep. Is Discord still down? Seems to be working.